people. We have, that is, oh my God, that is 11,300 people out of 100,000 people. That is quite scary. I don't know about you guys. And then 500 people are reported to commit suicide in June 2020. Now this brings about the whole situation of COVID. So with COVID, there's the whole economic damage, and as well as the emotional and the psychological damage as well. Oh, God. So the mission is to make to get the mental health accessible. So we want to, welcome everyone. I don't want you to feel like you can't access because, okay, there's this notion of guys. Niende therapy kwani mimi ni mama kwa sisi ni wanawake. And then make it fun, yeah? As you've seen in the slide before, it is not just, meet and talk. We have the whole virtual space that you can move around. It's creative, You want fun things as much as you want help, yeah? So our ask, we are not asking for much, to be honest, because we do know that we have I know the questions you will ask after this, and so our ask is to give us a space to incubate and explore this idea, because this I came in with the idea, 3 days ago, and our team, we talked and talked and talked and talked. The mentors came in, they pitched in, and they were like, we could go that direction. But like, how sustainable is that? What is the business, what is the business idea? What is the business model? What is the revenue model? We couldn't decide honestly, because on one hand, you want to provide affordable healthcare, mental health care. So this involves people in marginalized community. You don't want to shut them out. But at the same time, you cannot put all the pressure on the therapist. So, until we figure that out, we cannot do much about it. For now, we have a couple therapists that have decided to come on board with us. So when we test out the ideas, we will use them and see how sustainable it is. We have other models, but we have to test them out. And you can ask about that. And then we will need, when you give us the space, we could also have a mentor in the NGOs. Yeah, that's it.
What's the first question? Very interesting, I must say. What sort of partnerships or collaborations would you be seeking to ensure the scalability of your solution?
Well, for now, for starters, we need the therapists because they are the service providers. We have to get clients, we have the community-based organizations, the ones that provide, assistance in the marginalized communities. We could ask them for clients in the first place. And then we have, laptops. We are developing this model, and we would need, laptops to figure out if what we are creating is a feasible model.
Okay, just one more question.
Yes.
You spoke about issues around stigma.
Yeah.
So how do you intend to address call it data security? Because how sure am I that if I use this platform, my information is not going to go out there. How do you intend to address this?
Well, we want to simulate physical therapist and client relationships. So in that manner, the information will only be available to the therapist. All we will have is the biodata. So male, age, for that will be the assessment bit while they're on board. And also the anonymity of the client, they can decide. It's not a must that they be anonymous. They can decide, do I want to be John Doe or do I want to be Sharon? So if I don't feel safe enough to be Sharon, then I can be Jane Doe or whoever I want. I can be Hannah. Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you only planning to do it? I think it's a software as a service, or you're also looking at maybe getting a physical location? Because healthcare, I think touching and seeing is believing, instead of always. You see, there's that emotional connection that people need to have. How will you achieve it when maybe I don't know? I'm speaking to a therapist in the US, or I don't know, just thinking out loud.
Yeah. That's a very good question. Actually, that's what we discussed in the first place. About location? The people that need help, well, that is in the further stages. Well, we have noticed that it can work. So the scalability is we develop a platform where we do not just connect the client and the therapist, but in the long run, we connect them to facilities. Yeah, so facilities like rehabs. So if the therapist feels like this client needs further help from a psychiatrist, exactly, they cannot offer those services. So as a result, they will just refer them to this facility. Yeah? Have I answered your question? And also about the anonymity, we want to keep the client's data very safe. So that is why we only entrust it with the therapist.
Keeping the data with the therapist is, well, as a software as a service, that therapist might not be the one. She's not going to print out the data and keep it to that. Because that's the only way she can keep it safe. That means the data security is still on your side.
Yes.
So wanted to find out, so people are doing booking sessions, I believe. They're having video calls, they're having audio calls, they are recording all of those details. Very nice gamification details that they can actually move from one place to be interactive. Have you looked at other platforms that actually offers us similar services? Because I just saw one right now called Better Health, which has 5 million video recordings of details of people. How are you looking at being able to, I've not seen anything details as to some sort of way of how you want to get the process from point A to B. Because I have a problem, I feel I have a problem, and I'm trying to reach a therapist, which is actually quite hard to get therapists in Kenya, which you've identified. Trying to get that particular therapist, how do I know that there's even the same progress? And payment methods that you're trying to look at, because you want to make it as affordable as possible, or is it free?
No,
Okay, it's not free, so you plan to make money.
Yes.
And I think, so I didn't see that. I'm trying to find out how are you planning to be able to make some revenue out of it, and how are you making sure that this data is actually stored in a way that, I would have thought of a blockchain kind of technology where there's authentication saying, if this data that I give you access and I give authorization to share my data or to read my data, if the therapist goes back again tomorrow to read that document, I should know, right? I don't know. And so the competitors, is there any feedback, credit scoring to know that the person actually got help? How would you know? Or would you be logging into all of these sessions? Or would you have a bunch of employees who are going to be looking at all of this? That's going to be a cost to you. Any other way of solving that as a software as a service?
So I am going to answer this is why we did not ask for funding, yes? Because we are still in the developmental stage, yes? So as a result, we will work with our technicians to figure all this out in terms of data. Almost. What? What was the next question? What was the next question?
The business model, because if you have asked for funding, how are you planning to make money out of it? How much will it cost you to make the platforms? What's the minimum viable product looking like?
Okay, so the business model would be a premium subscription model, kinda. So the client will pay the therapist to access the services, because therapy is a service. So it's a B2C, with the with the service provider being the therapist and the client being the client. And about the similar apps on the market, yeah, we have Doctors Live in Kenya, and what makes us different is the whole gamification aspect. We offer a lively experience and not just just talking. We have that option. We will have journals, certain things that will keep the client there after the therapy sessions. Because actually, the thing about therapy is that it's not just the sessions with the therapist. What actually counts is the activities that the client is able to do after the therapy sessions. What challenges, what assignments are given to them, and how are they able to complete them. So the gamification aspect will ensure that they do these challenges, and that will keep them on the app, keep them interested. Because again, we want a sustainability model in that we don't just have them use the platform once. We want them to use it over and over again. And even if they are done with their therapy sessions, they still have that gamification aspect where I'm not doing my therapy, but I can come here, journal, I can come here, play a game, and so on and so forth.
That's what I was waiting to hear.
Yeah.
Now, last but not the least, to you. Mary is not are you a therapist? No, but you can talk to people and solve their problems. Of course. Because when we came in, you were giving sessions to me, and I didn't even know, right? Is there any way that you can verify that these therapists are not serial killers?
Oh, yes.
It happens right here in Kenya. There's some therapists who are actually doing that to lure you in. And is there any way of being able to verify that these therapists are actually real? Any authentication mechanisms, or is there a database in Kenya, if it's in Kenya that you want to launch it in, that make sure that these people are actually trained psychiatrists? And I believe the platform is for psychiatrists, not psychologists, because psychologists will just give you medicine.
No, psychiatrists are medical. They did medicine, and then they decided, instead of doing gynecology, let me just study the brain, and they did study medicine so they can perform surgeries. But as psychologists, what we can do is just give therapy. We just talk and. Pardon?
So this is for psychologists.
Yes, this is a psychologist. Yes, and the thing about, there's this notion that psychologists are the craziest of them all. I should know, but we have licensing licensing boards, and like the Psychological Association of Kenya. For you to be registered, you have to go through you have to go through training, and you have to make sure that your credentials are actually very real. So there's that. We will work in collaboration with them. There's also a database on the same.
Mine is just a comment.
Yes.
Just in terms of the language use, nowadays we don't say committed suicide, we say died by suicide.
Yes,
so
yes.
That's something you can look into.
Yeah.
I think also, the issue of mental health, it's very broad. So, in a scenario where it's an emergency situation, you need to talk to your therapist now. You need to think of how can this platform facilitate that. If someone is having suicidal ideation, they need to talk to a therapist now. Do I need to now book? And
No.
you need to be, I guess maybe what you're talking about, integrating the video sessions, calls, those kind of features?
We have a feature for that. So there's gonna be a panic button where when a client pushes that panic button, then immediately a counselor is notified. It doesn't have to be your counselor, but it will help if it's your counselor. But what was your question? I'm sorry.
How the platform would work in an emergency situation?
Oh yeah. So once the psychologist has been notified, then there's that feature where the therapist can, communicate with the facility to get the client the immediate help. So we have authorities and then hospitals. Yeah.
Just a comment around the validation of credentials. You may want to think blockchain again. Then I just needed to understand the revenue model again. Is the premium subscription with the service provider, the psychiatrist, the patient, or all?
Well, it will be sort of a marketplace where the therapist pays us a certain amount to be on the platform, because we are also helping them to gain these clients that they would have not had, if it wasn't for them. And then now we have the clients pay the therapist. Now, yeah, so that's it. We get the percentage.
Okay, sounds good.
What's the percentage?
Now that's subject to discussion, but it has to be one that doesn't hurt either the therapist or us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you good? I'm sure you are. Sorry. Oh, imeisha. This video na YouTube.
Then masalah ini then masalah security si tukarada.
My suggestion, assume bado ni 5 minutes, but nita-extend hiyo haitaisha, but assume ni 5 minutes so that msichukue time. So the demo, is it a video or we're going to do it without?
We'll do both.
So I download the video.
Yeah. Yes. think you may need to put it in a full screen mode.
All right, Nicoridius is up next. I hope the judges are ready.
Yes.
So to the audience, silence please. Oh no, that's not where we're going. So over to you, all the best.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening once again. My name is Monique Ngatia. You can call me Joe. And I'm here to represent Nicoridius. So I want us to do something that is very close to home. And it's something we do almost all the time we have an event or we're moving into a secure check-in. So for instance, yesterday as we were coming in there at the entrance, we had to do a check-in. And the check-in had to be, you have a guest book, so write your name, write your phone number, and write your email. And then you come in. Then today, somebody had to go around also doing the same, just confirming if you really came in. And this is not just here. So let's go to that apartment where you have to leave your ID or leave your phone number and check in. Other times, if you have a car, you have to write your registration number of the vehicle. So all this data is sleeping in books. Because once the security check-in, you are gone, these books fails and we pack it and we keep it. The next one comes, we keep it. One of the things that we have similar in most of these infrastructures is that they all have Wi-Fi's. And we are now asking, in this era of 2022, why are we still using pen and paper? How can we leverage this technology? How can we leverage Wi-Fi? Institutions and buildings have invested heavily, both in the infrastructure and even in the recurrent cost of running Wi-Fi's. And this is an investment that is sleeping. And this is where we come to our solution. A Wi-Fi authentication system, where we can use the Wi-Fi to not only just confirm who is coming in or even take the details, but enable the business to even understand and get other insights and data that could actually be used later to be business informatics to understand where are these people going, what are the times that they normally come in. The next solution is literally, let's get a value add. We already have the resource. In the malls, we already have free Wi-Fi. Even in this place, as we came in yesterday, the Wi-Fi password is on the wall. So basically, we all had the Wi-Fi. How could we use it even more? And how can we monetize it? How can we get that return of investment in the Wi-Fi infrastructure that we have already invested in? And this is where we come with Nicoridius. And Nicoridius is a software as a service, web captive portal or web interface that you actually get the moment you connect to the Wi-Fi, and you can be able to do a simple check-in. It helps businesses to customize their operations and be able to collect the data that they may need to allow the people to come in. And I know, yes, the first question is, this is data we are collecting. How are we using the data? So this will now go into how are we going to regulate this data in line with the Data Protection Act, the GDPR, and also even looking at if it's an institution, does it already have its own data privacy and protection? And this allows even the business to now use this data in a commercial way, be it before the adverts, be it to even get these insights with a reward system that it may be even better internet. Think of this, you've gone to Java, you've got free Wi-Fi, and then maybe you get a poll just to ask, how is your coffee? And maybe if you answer it, you can choose to answer or not. If you answer it, what if we improved your experience? Or how can we get even a better custom experience using Wi-Fi? Our target market is anywhere, our niche market is anywhere that there is public Wi-Fi. Be it in hotels, events. Let's even look at places like shopping malls, co-working spaces, other business premises, airports, rail stations, bus stations, and even hospitals. Anywhere literally that there is already the availability of the public Wi-Fi or even the shared Wi-Fi. Our business model, we're looking at three key areas. where the first one is subscription, software as a service, looking at a few parameters that I'll be looking at next, and looking also at advertisement and licensing and royalty. Let's go next. Let's look at the subscription. For example, you are in this event. There's already the pen and paper there. So we're looking at what are the other parameters that we can actually be able to track? What are the other metrics that we'll be able to track? So we're looking at a beta test with a pricing of $10 for an event with 100 people, or 100 people who have actually accessed your Wi-Fi, and also looking at even the number of reviews that you are pushing, be it the adverts, and with the number increasing, now be able to even now customize the pricing based on the kind of features or the service that the specific business is looking at. This is our looking now at the market size. So there has been a 42% increase in global mobility workforce. Today, you'll find people working in the malls, and this is because this is 2022 and we are now working online. It is estimated by Strategy Analytics that 1.87 billion people are actually working online or doing mobility workforce, meaning they are not all stationed in one place. And this is why the Wi-Fi, the public hotspots or Wi-Fi demand is increasing. As a matter of fact, at the moment, it's a $10 billion industry, estimated to be a $23 billion industry by end of 2023. We're looking at over 700,000 free Wi-Fi hotspots in Africa, and we're looking at over 5,000 free public hotspot Wi-Fis in Kenya. This does not include even the hotels, does not include even other what we wouldn't consider free public hotspots. This is our projected growth that with Nico Radius, we target within the next 6 to 12 months to actually be able to onboard 500 businesses. And with these businesses, be able to run a beta test, be able to refine even the pricing, be able to refine the market need, providing a solution that is customizable to the different businesses. That if you are running an event, how do we customize it for you? If you are in a public space like our shopping mall, how can we customize it for you? As we intend to continue scaling, looking at, previous slide please, looking at in 5 years to be able to hit even 10,000 businesses, and this is not looking at even the end customer. Our competitors are one, direct competitors, pen and paper. I think we all did that one. And the second one is a platform called Social Wi-Fi that is also providing logins in hotels and other areas customed, most available in Europe and also most in Europe. Indirect competitors, we have a service called mSoja. This one uses a mobile application where you can be able to check in and you'll need like to scan to just verify who you are. Our competitive advantage is one, we are using a web captive portal, meaning you don't need to re-download anything. It's just like a website, but it will actually pop up the moment you connect to a Wi-Fi. So there's no extra like you don't need to download, and this will actually be, it makes it that you have now a both online and offline service. That in the event you are doing check-ins and there is no internet, you can still use your phone because you already have that, that hosted online. You can still be able to have your team be able to do the authentication. The other one is ease of customization. Looking at the different use cases that you do have, we can be able to customize based on the kind of data you want. Do you want to have a prior authentication? You had an event, people are paying. Can you be able to upload this data, and then that's what you're gonna now use to actually verify that this person should be here. Just a final back, please. And then the integration with other services. So let's say you already had booked an event, say through Eventbrite or something, how can you still be able to get that data for your authentication and all that? So this is our team made up of both technical, legal, marketing, and even product team. Our social impact. One, we have had this conversation of data protection over and over again, but do we really know what is data protection? We keep talking about the Data Act. We have a data commissioner, but do we really know who they are? So it's doing training and sensitization, and even the SDG goal is goal number 9 for innovation, sustainable cities on how does this Wi-Fi can be able to be sustainable. And what we're asking for is strategic partnership on how can we be able actually to work together, looking for funding, network, and mentorship. And finally, we have a demo. So we have already...
It's gone for 8 minutes.
We have a demo hosted.
How long is the demo?
Actually, it's hosted, so it's to request you judges to actually check into your Wi-Fi's and look for Techstar Weekend. It's called Techstar Weekend.
We haven't asked you about the data protection.
And we'll be coming in to answer that.
It's okay. For
So
now,
you agree to do the demo? To see the demo?
Techstars, we can let's just do it.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah,
And then?
you just click to it, and has it redirected you?
It's not redirection.
You sign in.
Yes,
I'm connected to...
there we go.
Techstars.
Yes.
get a good interface. So this is one of the use cases. You are trying to replace the check-in guest book, and the information you actually take there, it will help reduce the manpower required to do the check-ins, and also like the regular kind of mundane redundant tasks that involve check-ins. So you don't have to, right now we are still working on the data protection, so you can use arbitrary data for the demo. We made it overnight, so it's just to illustrate that you can get more from that Wi-Fi connection. You can actually do more with your Wi-Fi.
And I think we delivered to our first client, hopefully, at Donian Labs, that we can give them a digital guest book, and we can give them even more information about it. So these are sample of the digital guest book that you'll be able to get.
Yeah, so very
I think we need to mic.
yeah. So yeah, very interesting presentation, and I mean for an MVP that is quite interesting, because we are tired of coming to prison, and people getting our phone numbers and getting it there. So I'm talking about Daniel Labs. Do you have a login to know who logged in? What's the Daniel Labs? So all this data, who's keeping this data?
Yeah, so it's okay. I think that the technical ones are better placed on the technical.
Okay,
shorter.
yeah.
Yeah, so we intend to have this data in the use case for the host of the event.
Yes.
The host of the event has jurisdiction of the data depending on the policies on our end and also policies on their end. So one of the use cases will also be like the verification of the data, because we don't want that data, would be like from Eventbrite. The data is uploaded into our platform, and the check-ins are now signed, and you can actually like get the last check-ins automatically. So it's under their custody, but also under our custody.
So does that mean you're going to provide a router into every single point you go to?
So the technical bit, so it's a plug-and-play infrastructure. So normal routers cannot be able to achieve the functionalities that we were able to showcase. So we come in with our programmable router and just plug in into the network. And once you plug in, it doesn't change the rest of the infrastructure. The rest of the infrastructure keeps working the way it should.
Okay, I was hoping to get that from you, because I'm very big on Wi-Fi. I've hacked 36,000 Wi-Fi in less than 12 hours. Now, I have a watch which actually will be able to, if I was to bring that watch here, I'll be able to actually copy the Wi-Fi that you have, be able to reproduce it so many times that people connect to the fake one. And guess what? They will actually get the same portal. How are you ensuring that? I don't know if you've thought about of the Wi-Fi. And also, I've just submitted a fake detail to this platform. How sure are we that the data that we're actually collecting is actually real? Because technically, I did not submit my email. It's a fake email. It's not even an email. And the phone number details are not collected details as well. Another thing is, you're talking about data protection and creating awareness. I'm not too sure how your user authentication mechanisms will be put in place to make sure that the data is actually safe, because if this data gets somewhere else and being compromised, you're in trouble, because that's PII. You know what that is? Personal identifiable information. You talk about data protection awareness. You haven't read that yet. Go read the book. So I mean, 100 people to get $10. If somebody calls, if Adenian Labs calls me right now to make money, or if you call me to make money, then I can actually submit more than 100 people in less than a minute to actually get that $10. So how are you showing the protection of the fact that you're not exploiting people and you're not generating fake data? Because you could come and just sit outside and just be logging in and creating new users and saying 1,000 people came to this event and it's not 1,000 people. So I think that it's a really good concept. Love what you're seeing right now, because that takes away the manual details of always writing in books. But I think there's some other security issues that you need to look at, and I'm actually free to consult you for that at no cost.
Wow. Our first partner is on board.
Thank you.
Oh, and last but not the least.
Yes.
Does it always have to be the Wi-Fi router? Is there any possibility of switching to GSM for Mama Boga who does not have a smartphone, but wants to use how do you call it, their mobile phone, which is a feature phone?
Yeah.
I don't know if you've thought about that.
Yeah, so actually I'm glad I'm speaking right straight to you, because security about the network is a very crucial part in our infrastructure. And one thing, definitely we expand on it. I would like to see that watch actually. I'm so excited. I'll ask you about it. And maybe as we progress and we face more challenges on the prototypes and the demos that we have shown, we'll be able to improve the product, especially security-wise.
I like to comment on the part of the sensitization and the awareness. And the bit that we actually intend to do is in the public places where we have already partnered with the premise to provide the service. It's on how could we even have like say once in a while, be it quarterly, just to actually go and have a conversation with the people. Say outside the mall, just have a table and actually just have a conversation. Let them know what it means actually to have a data. What is this Data Protection Act? What is safe data? What's the data that you can actually give out? What is pseudorization? All that, like just to have that conversation and that sensitization, so that if they don't feel robbed. They can actually feel that I'm willing to give this data, and this is the value I'm also getting in return.
Thank you. I think there's some osmosis happening here because I'm going to ask you about the feature phones. To the slide you had about the market size. So I was curious about why you're targeting the mobility workforce only, because if you look at the places that you're talking about, malls, I don't know, hotels, it's not just Java, it's not just people on their laptops working, people are going on dates, people are doing many other things. So why did you focus on that for your market size calculations?
The inspiration was the mobility workforce mostly are the one who will be heavy consumers. And I'll be going there purposely to change the environment, my working environment, and I'll be needing Wi-Fi. It won't be a want, it will be a need. To take a good example, if I'm going for a date, I may be left for using the Wi-Fi than being with the person. But that was to first look at the market with critically being the need, but doesn't actually exclude the rest of the audience who are already there as well, because it is a public service and it's open service, meaning that they can actually be able to still access it and be able to use it. And something actually we were looking at is, this was actually to first even just show the market size. We have not even looked at the advertisement space market size, which would also, because it's like real estate, if you look at it, that I have actually different places where I can actually be able to showcase my product within the online space as well.
Yeah, I think I would challenge that, because I think these days the first thing people get into a place, what's the Wi-Fi password?
Oh yeah.
Whether or not you're just like a basic, whether you're going just on Instagram, WhatsApp, Twitter, it's just you connect. So just think about that. I'm also curious about whether you've thought about government facilities, because I think that's also one of the places where a lot of times you're signing in by hand anytime you enter any government office. And that's a place you kind of have to go at some point in your life. So is that something you've considered?
Absolutely, yes. And I think we actually have it. Yeah. We were trying to look at it on this last part. And we were actually using a good example of either being in a hospital and how actually having a Wi-Fi in a hospital could actually, you're waiting, you're in the queue, there's nothing you're doing. How can we use this Wi-Fi to actually supply information, be it public health information? Also, as a hygiene method, I do not have to share the same pen like the other person is still going to use. And the other actually even government facility would be placed like in the bus station or the train station. With the experience of something like the SGR, you have to be there like over 40 minutes prior to the time you need to leave. And you're actually just there seated, either sleeping or even in your data. This is a place where even the government could actually be able to use to push part of the information that we may need to actually know. And this is why even at the end we were looking at one of the things we really want is really strategic partnerships, because to access now that market, already there are already barriers ahead that actually do not even need fast funding, would require network and partnerships.
Yeah, so actually by government facilities I was saying like government offices, so like you're going to Huduma Center, you're going to Kilimo House, so on and so forth. But to the point around the transport, I think if you think about who goes to an airport every day, it's not just travelers, there are people who are going to receive, there are drivers, there are people who work there. So you might want to think a bit about the different user segments and how does this make sense for them, and what do you need to customize for that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think my only final comment, I was going to ask you also about the social impact, but you brought that to your last slide. I feel like it's a bit weak. It's not very strongly coming out, the social impact aspect, so that's also something that we can think about.
Okay. All right. I can answer a bit on the social impact, just a bit, and also being a work on progress on it. And we're trying to look at the social impact being actually now more of the sensitization and education on that, creating that awareness. And this will bring in the conversation of is it possible to actually have people on the ground to actually now do this communication and even communicate on why, answer the question why, especially on those who are already now using the service. Yeah, but it's something actually to even look at more and make it strong to have that social impact. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm talking finance matters.
I know.
So what will be your break-even point, or how many customers do you need to serve for you to say you're in a profitable business? And two, you're seeking funding. What will the funds do, and how much are you looking at? Because that's so much of a blanket center.
Yeah. Okay, I'll answer part of it. My technical co-founder Dennis can help me answer. How we're looking first at the break-even point, and one of the things we said is we want first even go at a better with a number like 500 businesses. And this is even to now understand realistically on things like the technical requirements, not only the hardware infrastructure, but even on the software infrastructure that would actually now be able even to advise more on the costing. And this is why we're putting even what are like the parameters that we're gonna consider as we're doing the pricing. So it will be something that will evolve, and from a right projection to break even, we are looking at 500 businesses serving in the metrics at least 100 people per day, 100 people per day. This is why we are looking at $10.
So what's that number?
Mathematics, do you
Is there an initial cost of the business?
Yes.
I'm a restaurant. Is that an initial cost?
Yes, there's a setup fee that would now include like the movement of the hardware. It would depend on the size of the restaurant to understudy also the hardware that would come in. It would range anywhere from $200 all the way to up to around $600 initial cost.
So from your $10, 500 customers per day. That's $5,000 per day.
Yes. No. Oh, hold on. Go again. Go again.
The 500.
Yes.
Businesses.
Yes.
That you're charging $10.
That you're charging $10 per day.
Yes.
So
That's 5,000 per day.
If we get 500, that's if
If
we get 100 people.
Get 100 people.
So if you get 2 people,
That's a good question. That's a good question. Yeah. Moving swiftly. But makes sense. Yeah.
So from a finance point of view,
Yes.
I think maybe one thing that you're lacking is you started without the end in mind, and the end is you look at the numbers before you start looking how does it look like here.
Yeah.
Because you're in it to make money.
Yes.
But what is it that you want to make?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I'm asking these things about at what point will you break even, how
Yeah.
much will you generate,
Yeah.
what does your 6 months look like? Because if you do not know that, why even seeking funding?
Absolutely.
So I think I'll leave it there.
maybe one comment, last comment from me. So maybe the last comment from me is that there's a lot of scalability that I'm not seeing. Forgetting about the numbers, you can reach those 500 people or customers, but we haven't talked about NFC, we haven't talked about USSD, we haven't talked about QR codes. We talked about a competitor having QR codes, but you haven't incorporated in it. So we haven't talked about the possibility that you want to redirect the normal Wi-Fi or say redirect traffic to say that if you connect to the Wi-Fi that you're giving them,
Yeah.
you connect, redirect people. Because right now I don't want to finish logging in, then I have to disconnect, look for that. I'm at the hotel, what's the Wi-Fi for Dinian Lab? Then I have to start asking again.
Yeah.
So that's something to consider. So also that initial cost needs to be brought in. Routers, repeaters, the security part of it. Because if you come to me to ask for investment, these are some of the things I'll ask you. So NFC is such a common thing everywhere.
Yeah.
My mother has NFC on every. You don't even use it. Why do you have it? Yeah, by default.
Yes.
You know, so
yes.
there's those options that you need to be able to give to be able to make to the realization. But pretty good, interesting solution. I already have customers to be able to give to you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. No question.
That's it.
All right.
Okay.
Aka, all the best.
Thanks. I'm ready. Tumia pesa ikuzoe. A common phrase used among many youth to justify the poor spending habits. And I'm sure among us, some are victims. I am one too. My name is Jean Gloria, and I am here to bring you Shop Okoa. So I am a third-year student at Strathmore University, and for the past 2 years I've been in university, the amount of money I have poorly spent, it pains me because thinking back, like the sherehes, the fun and all, yeah, they were fun, but if I'd used that money better, if I had had that wisdom to actually do something with it, invest and save, then, well, my next few years will be better. So the sad story is I am not the only one facing this, because we conducted a survey among a couple of university students, and they can attest that truly they'd love soft life, as we call it, a life with no worries, you know, financial freedom, but their spending habits and their financial literacy is kind of wanting. And so that's why we, as Shop Okoa, came in to offer a solution of a mobile application that allows students to budget and save with us towards different goals they may have, together with providing financial literacy on top of it. So our main target market were the youth, especially university students, because university is a stage where you're from high school, where your parents are managing your money, and you're kind of like an adult, where you're also supposed to save your money. So there's a bit of uneasiness in between, and we were thinking that will be our primary target market for now. So majority of 18% of our population are youth in Kenya, of which 25% of them are in university. So out of them, 29% have good budgeting habits, and the rest, yeah. So our products will be, that's a brief description of how it will look like. You can just play the video. It's a bit fast, but yes, there's the budget part where you can put in your budget and track how if you're keeping to it. There's the saving part where now you can create your saving goals towards whatever it is you want, and then keep tracking as you keep depositing money. You can also check incentives that you're earning as you're going on with the saving journey. And we have now resources that facilitate the financial literacy content. So moving on, our main competitors are Touchdo, Bada, Campo, Safaricom, Mshwari. I also heard of a new one, Clarence Muhoro is doing, and among others. And what we as Shop Okoa are doing differently is, on top of giving you this chance to budget and save, we are providing some financial literacy content in a fun way, where it's not the boring books where you have to read through. You can get some tidbits of wisdom every day. It's fun, yeah? And you're also providing incentives, which are like things to look forward to once you accomplish a saving goal, so that we can retain you, because you can just say, well, I'm gone, you know. But if you know there's something there that you can actually get on top of the money you'll get after you've saved, then that's a plus for us. So our business model, we are a B2C, and we aim to earn money through targeted ads, because we are providing users to mostly our partnerships that are offering this merchandise that are used as incentives. We'll also share the interest that is going to be made from the savings that will be deposited from our financial institutions, and we'll share it together with the user. And on top of that, we'll be charging a 25% commission on all the successful transactions you'd have made between our partners who are providing the merchandise to the users. So our key performance indicators will be the number of signups to our systems, the number of completed saving goals, paid monthly subscriptions. This will be premium, and we have now partners. So Our user acquisition strategy is mainly social media because that's where majority of our client base is, together with search engines where if you search us up, you can find us. We have blogs and also promotional emails. Offline, we want to have partnerships with people that are, especially organizations interested in students and in providing financial services to the common wananchi. We'll also plug into events where our target market is students, like in different spaces, to tell us what you're about, together with calling up on people and word of mouth that we can spread. So
based on our revenues, we are projecting to break even on our third year with revenues of over 2.2 million Kenya shillings. That is from the capital that is invested in money market funds from the financial partners that partner with us.
Yes, so our scaling roadmap, we plan to go and develop our product further, where you can even invest in our system together with, we've heard of crypto that's coming up and Forex and all that, so you providing such a solution to do that. We also plan to expand our market where we're not just targeting students now, even small SMEs or young entrepreneurs or young people interested in saving with us can do that. And we also want to be an inclusive B2B where businesses can also reach out to us. And we also plan to hire a larger skill set because we need finance guys, we need marketers, we need people, legal people who will help us in developing our products.
So today our ask is 3.02 million Kenya shillings in exchange for 7% equity in our company. And this will be used to complete our product development, market and expand our products to Nairobi and other counties, and also hiring enough human resource that will help us achieve our vision as a company. So
yes, so that's it for us. Our team was Kelvin Mulama, the CEO, Jean Gloria, the CTO, and Job Ian, who was our designer. Thank you, and looking forward to your questions.
All right, one more round of applause.
Spare us, please.
Thanks so much for your presentation. Maybe if I start on a light note, so your platform is called Shop or Coa. I think it's already encouraging me to shop, so I'm not sure how that links with budgeting and the saving.
Well, short story is this idea has evolved this weekend because we started out as something different than this. Then yesterday, after mentorship sessions and all that, well, found ourselves here. So it's also like a brand name in a way we didn't want to distort, but definitely we can look at changing the name if need be.
It's good, thanks for sharing that. Yeah, so I'm curious about the slide you had about the competition. I'm just thinking, a lot of now banks have their own apps and they have like the saving functionality there, budgeting, all this. So I think, I don't know if you want to come out a bit strongly on what exactly is the value proposition that Shopoko have, because actually the budgeting, the saving functionalities, like you said, there's M-Shwari, almost all the banks have now this integrated, these are the ones that you mentioned. So, and then on the topic of the financial literacy, is it yourselves providing that content, or are you partnering with others? And if you are, if I have my M-Shwari app, I can also Google and see, these are the content. So, what is the incentive for me to come onto your platform?
Okay. Okay, I'll start and then he might help me. For our value, it's the fact that you're getting it all at one place, and you can budget, you can save, and there's also the twist of the incentive. Majority of the time you'll be told interests, but we're tapping into, good example, I'm a university student, and we like these events where we'll get merch, we'll get t-shirts, we'll get hoodies, So if we can tap in to entice you to have incentives where I'm saving for a phone, but at the end of it, I might get a hoodie because I maintained a streak of, saving diligently, then it's a plus for you. So that aspect of keeping our users to users, because people can start off on M-Shwari. I've used M-Shwari before, but I keep taking the money, But that retention of there's something in it for me at the end of it. Okay, yes, interests are there, but an enticing thing to me as an individual, then that's what we are offering. And the other one was, sorry, the other one was?
Or the financial literacy content.
Oh, yeah. So starting out, we might do it, but we want to partner with people that offer actually these services, and also educational brands that offer finance, but in a fun way. We don't want to make it boring, you know, oh, math, oh, no. A fun package, so we get the info, then we package it for the users, and then now we distribute it.
Yeah, thanks so much. One last question. The survey data that you shared at the beginning, was that done over the course of the weekend? Could you share a bit about the sample size and all that?
Okay, so ideally, he was our research guy. So first of all, we went to the internet because that's where we go. And we didn't get as much. So we created a Google form where we had 2 students here, and he also has like a base where he has students. So we did that and we spread it out, and we were able to get around 30 responses so far, but it was distributed because it was different private universities, public universities. And now from there, what we were asking them was, are you saving? Like, do you save your money, and do you actually budget your money? Majority were yes, maybe, no, yeah. And we were asking, would you be open to having budgeting and saving apps and using them? And we're also asking, after university, do you have the money to maybe support yourself to buy a suit for your first interview, your first house, your apartment? And majority were like, we're not really sure, but you know, they were towards that. So that was how we gathered our intel, given even the time we had to change the idea. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Pretty interesting. You mentioned something about money markets. It's just a clarification, I think I missed it. Were you talking about being able to reinvest the money that people are saving? Is that it?
Yeah. Yes, sure.
Oh, okay. So maybe there's a design, I don't know. This is a comment before my question. A potential of saying, I want to lock my funds so that you can't withdraw that money until, you know how difficult it is to go to a circle and move your money? It's hard. So if you lock it there, you can say you basically want to unlock it in a way that you don't want to be able to get it. That's just a feature anyway. Usually the reason why most applications don't get to be used is the user experience and the user interface. If it's horrible, you don't want to use it.
Yeah.
If it looks like all the other solutions, you don't want to use it. I use an app called Reach some time back. It's from Nigeria, I think. And it was annoying because of the number of emails that I get. And the thing is, but Reach was able to pick and fetch details from my M-Pesa or my text messages. I was able to categorize my spending. You know, basically I could tell how much I spent over the month. And the next month it does comparison and everything. Is your app looking at just being very simple to go straight to the point of what you want to do, or are you looking at it becoming another super app where it becomes too complicated and a lot of people lose traction when it becomes a super app? I don't know what's the vision of that exactly in terms of the user experience of the application.
So currently, we've in terms of interaction with the users, we've prioritized gamified methods in terms of trying to see that our customers kind of experience a gaming experience when accessing a mobile application. And if we are going to maybe test a new feature and realize that customers are not taking it out well, then we wouldn't go away from simplicity just because we need to add a new feature because we know of machine learning and data science. We'll try to minimize the scope towards a gaming concept and see how the users are responding to our user interface in terms of accessing the app, daily visits, checking their rewards or the incentives that we are providing. So I think for now, we'll just focus on simplicity and more user acquisition. Yeah.
So I just don't want to bust your bubble, but thank you so much for the presentation. So you just said people will be saving through your platform.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
Do you know the requirements of the Central Bank of Kenya for you to hold anyone's money?
We are not holding it. Your answer. Okay.
So currently, when we are doing research, we went through the requirements and we realized that it's a highly regulated industry by the Central Bank of Kenya. So what we decided we do partnership models with already regulated financial institutions who have money market funds. Then we invest through their money market fund channel. Then we share the revenues that we get. Currently, CBK is offering on 7% on treasury bills. That's an average rate. So we were retaining 3.5%, offering around 3.5% back to the financial partner or partner.
So we are not holding the money.
You would answer my question, but by the time I'm coming to put my money in your platform for you to go and reinvest, it means you're collecting the money in your account.
Oh, yeah.
And then you will use the regulated financial institutions to do the trading for you. Correct?
Yeah.
Do you know that central bank requires you to have a core capital of 20 million so as to safeguard customers' money in case you run away? Central bank can use that to pay back what you owe to the customer. Do you know about that fact?
Not yet.
Okay. Second, you're asking for 3.02 million Kenya shillings in exchange of 7%. What's the valuation of the company?
So currently that is going at around a valuation of it's coming around 100
million.
Yeah.
Because of what?
Looking at the possibilities, this is Shopoko is a long-term investment, and looking at the future in terms of fintech performance. We're looking at the kind of customer base that we're targeting. Right now, we're targeting students, and once they graduate from school, they become another customer base, which we look like we're growing our customer base. So we kind of now redefine our model to suit the new customer base, and as we continue building a new customer base for the students who are graduating from high school to university, and looking at that growth, it gives us a potential to grow faster than any other fintech because of the way we have channeled our product to the market, and that gives us a possibility of even having a higher valuation than 100 million Kenyan shillings.
So what will be your revenue by the time you're running your company at 100 million?
Yeah, so, okay, thank you. So, as our app goes Shopoko, and it's a long-term investment, once we get more merchants, we are building a capacity for more merchants also putting their products on our marketplace so that they can use selling models such as Lipia Polepole, that's goal setting, to get more customers using our model. Number two, the more we grow in terms of customer base, we are able to increase the selling that we're getting. And if our product is maybe going to be picked in 90 days, that means that we can invest that money in a market fund within our treasury bills issued in 90 days and earn more revenue and even give more discount to our customers who are using the mobile application. And that becomes more attractive than any other fintech mobile application that is in the market.
Do you know the challenges associated with the Lipa Later model, like the PayGo and all that? Have you heard of any challenges that such model experience? And to add on that, do you know the default rate?
So for the default rate, not yet, but from the research that we did with some of the merchants who are using Lipa Later, they say that the companies fail to pay them and yet that issue the products in the market. So I think we have that gap between paying the merchants yet that issue the product. And that's why most merchants actually started declaring that model. But we realize that even now, we look at Sky Garden that we introduced buy now, pay later, meaning that BNPL is going to grow so fast, but now it needs us to partner with strong financial partners so that after we verify the customer to be creditable, then they can get a particular credit limit to buy now and pay later from a merchant. So that will need more partnership, but currently it's still BNPL is still a big challenge because of the kind of default rate, although I don't have the statistic. But in terms of merchant base, we talk with some merchants that are complaining about not being paid.
I think the last question. So, what the founders keen in the business in terms of capital injected either in sweat or in time by the time you're asking for the 3.02 million?
So if we get in terms of capital investment, actually 3.02 have gone solo because I've helped startup raise 3.6 million Kenya shillings. I've helped startups raise 1.2 million Kenya shillings in terms of me helping, helping other people raise startups. And from my total, if I sum the amount of money that I've helped start up raise money, it comes to around 8 million Kenyan shillings. And this is because of the vision that I see in potential companies. And this one I'm seeing Shopoko. In fact, I'm seeing it as Africa's, Kenya's first unicorn. Because in terms of capital, if I get an investor willing to pull in 3.02, then I can talk also to my investment network to tell them I need either a pre-seed capital that can be matched with that financing to make it even 5-point-something million to take the solution to the next place. So I believe I can leverage on some of the networks I have in terms of raising funds, because I've also had the experience in raising funds for companies before. Yes.
So I'd like to imagine that you're holding equity in all these companies.
No. I don't hold equity in these companies, because when I'm doing it because I want to help them. It's young people, and actually they were all below 26 years old when they were raising that money, because the landscape between a young person raising money is so hard. So they come to me, they tell me, okay, I have this project, I need to raise funds. I look at the vision and I help them sell to investors. Then when they bring in the money, that's it. But now I said that I'm going to focus on Shopoko, because we usually have issues when you are trying to raise a company, especially with young co-founders and when they get money. So I said I want to focus on my vision and build a unicorn for Kenya. And I believe in the next 3 years we're going to do it as Shopoko.
Okay, that was just a comment. So I just have one question. Assuming I have access to a BNPL startup that is currently doing pretty well, and I approached you and gave you an offer for you to plug into my system. Would it be something you'd be willing to consider?
Yeah, any synergy that can pull us ahead, we are open. As long as we have an agreement, I'm open to any synergy that can push Shopoko to the next stage. Then on top of that, when I was building Shopoko, I think we redefined the model, but we also had a new way of credit scoring that we invented, and we also find a pattern for that. That now we are offering to add on Shopoko when you get a BNPL partner, as also another value proposition to them, that we can also give you a new form of credit scoring that will make the BNPL default rate lower, and at the same time increase your profit in the long run. So I'm open.
Tell me a bit about it.
Okay. So what I can say, we've invented a credit scoring system that leverages on a number line, as simple as that.
On a?
Number line.
I don't know.
It's yet to be released, so I wouldn't like to release that invention. Yeah, it's an invention. So that's fine.
One question. You said product dev, you need about 1.2 million.
Yeah, 1.2 million.
How long do you think that will last you for you to come up with the minimum viable product that will actually start generating income?
So 1.2 million, you're looking at now having like one in-house software developer full-time who has a higher expert skill on our expert, because you see like both of them are there but they're still learning. So we need one expert software developer who can work with them, and now we pay him like maybe an average salary of 70,000 a month. Then
experts.
Yeah, experts. Medium, let's say junior level in terms of the market share that are budgeting with.
We should talk after this.
So one senior level who can work with them and also raise the development skill. Then we're looking at using 6 months to fully develop our product to start generating initial revenues. Then from that revenues, we can still continue investing them back to scale up the solution, because we want to stop and spend low as we move forward to higher fundraising, because we will have them checking the product.
I feel it's too low, that's why I'm asking. But I will talk after this.
All right, round of applause. Then we have come to our final.
All right. It's a lot of pressure to, present after all my wonderful colleagues have presented such top-tier, top-draw ideas. But we'll try our best. I think this is why we're here. So my name is David Kariuki. I am the Chief Executive Officer of CAES International. That is CAES International. As you can see, portmanteau, we have CAES Convert for this particular case. Okay. So what is CAES Convert? CAES Convert is basically, we are basically a Kenyan-born and bred startup that is trying to, or rather charging into the future, which is electric mobility, and attempting to lead that charge. CAES is a short form for Captain's Automotive Energy Solutions. So the lady we are seeing on our screen is Mama Shiro. Okay, Mama Shiro lives in Kibera. Okay, and Mama Shiro, as you can see, is a boda rider, right? Has 3 lovely children, one of whom is in high school. Second one is in high school as well. Then the third one is, a toddler who's still in preschool, kindergarten, right? Now, Mama Shiro puts, bread and butter on her table through the boda that, she plies different routes during the day. And of course, with the dawn of technology, she is using, Bolt Food, the Bolt app itself, Uber Food, and all this other, apps that we use, and we solicit the services of this boda people. Now, the average money that she makes in a day is about 1,500 Kenya shillings, right? And this 1,500 Kenya shillings, is ostensibly, somewhat fair for boda riders, and this would convert to somewhere in the realms of 45,000 per month, right? But remember, she's using fossil fuel. She's putting fuel in her boda. And so what that means is that she's incurring this cost, right? Now, Mama Shiro needs to put her children through school, high school, and kindergarten. So give or take, we're looking at 50,000 every single term. So every quarter she has to spend 50,000 in sending them to school, right? But then of the little money that she's making, she's barely able to meet that fee, plus meeting, the other costs that come with life and children, health, food, etc., etc. Now, CAES Convert is trying to provide solutions for Mama Shiro, okay? Now, some of the solutions that we're providing are centered around, in and around, electrifying already existing internal combustion engine motorcycles to electric motorcycles, okay? And in this particular case, we are looking at savings of about 62.8% per month. Now, when you convert that, of course, it translates to quite good profit margins for her. And as we can all imagine, for such small-scale business owners, money in the pockets is, what they are looking for. That's why then they trade in the first place. So anything that will put more money in their pockets, that is where they will go to. And that is a solution that we're trying to provide for Mama Shiro. Now, just before we get to the market size, we are providing a backward integrated value system solution, where not only are we going to electrify her internal combustion engine motorcycle, but we are also going to save her the money, of course, that she won't be spending on fuel and using on electricity. And this will be done through a battery swap technology, okay? Now, this is not new technology. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel, but we're trying to address a certain specific niche that is, not occupied, ostensibly not occupied at the current moment. Now, the battery swap technology, simply put, is, we all remember the Nokia 3310 phones that we used to have, and there's all this banter going around the way those phones were indestructible. And such phones, you could easily just plug out a battery and plug in a battery, and within a minute you're back in business. That's it's a very simple concept that he's adopted by our business model, where the battery, once it's depleted, they go, or rather once they can see that it's depleted, they go to a battery swap station, swap out their battery, put in a ready charged one, pay a small fee, and they're out to go. This is a process that takes, less than a minute, and they're done with it, okay? You might ask, how does she get to know that her battery level is low, okay? Or rather, is it depleting, or what are the key metrics that she needs to be aware of so that she's able to make smarter decisions, so that she's able to overcome range anxiety, all right? Now, the third solution that we're offering to Mama Shiko, of course, she already has a smartphone that uses Bolt app, etc., is a web app integrated solution that then tracks all these metrics through Internet of Things that's already plugged in within her bicycle and within the batteries that now that then give her the information that she needs to make smarter decisions, okay? And by smarter decisions, we mean driving patterns. We mean that she needs to swap out her battery before she takes a certain trip, because it might deplete before she gets there, so she needs to swap it now, all right? So these are some of the solutions that we're offering. Now, okay. The market size of the Boda Boda operators is quite robust. We're looking at 22 million Boda Boda operators in the country. We are seeing that they are injecting 1 billion shillings every single day. The time we woke up today in the morning until the time we go to sleep, they will have injected 1 billion into our GDP, and that translates to 356 or 357 billion shillings every single year. And so this is already quite an established market that we're trying to get into. Our unique value proposition is centered around value innovation. And what do we mean by value innovation? That is in the high quality products for low costs, right? And that is also, part of the holistic value chain integration that we spoke of. Integrating the entire value system, giving her all the solutions that she needs in a one-stop shop, entity, and easy access to customers where they can easily get, they can easily get to have their internal combustion engine motorcycle swapped through the SACCOs, and they can get to us, we have some sort of arrangement with the SACCOs as one of our customers, and they get to, we all know that currently all the Boda Boda operators in the country, or at least most of them, are part of a SACCO. I mean, the directive was just recently given by the president. And so that is our primary market and our primary entry point, okay? Now, our clientele, the Boda Boda operators, as I've been talking about, now this does not end there. We're also looking at delivery. We're also looking at delivery companies, the likes of Sandy, who already have their borders, etc. Freight and logistics companies. We have the likes of Azen Group, who are already in the market, that we can, get to tap into and have them swap this, or rather convert the internal combustion engine motorcycles into EVs and gain all the benefits that come with that. Now, next slide. Our go-to-market plan. Now, this is divided into two. The first one is the who, right? And this is through the Boda Boda SACCOs, where we gain access to Boda Boda operators, a B2B model that we've just discussed of freight and logistics companies and micro-influencers. Then the how is by organic means, word of mouth, okay? Then partnership marketing through SACCOs, through associations of Boda Boda motorists, and community building, of course. Now, these are some of our revenue streams. There's a lot of number crunch that is involved in this particular area, but I won't belabor on it at this point in the interest of time. But we have revenue streams coming in mechanical conversions, battery swap systems, engine resale, because once you take out the engine, then, it still has value, so you just can't throw it away. So the engine resale and carbon credits that we will leverage, blockchain technology to integrate into that particular system. Now, our market entry in the first 100 days is at about 2.885 million Kenya shillings as part of our market entry item. Now, the fundraising and the milestones. Our ask is for 4.45 million Kenya shillings, and this is how it's going to be used. I've properly broken down for us. Now, at this stage, we can see 105,000 Kenya shillings. That is the money that we need to form a prototype. And the prototype is going to be in the conversion cost, the labor cost, market research, and the purchase of a motorcycle that we can now then convert and see how we could, convert into the electric vehicles. Now, the MVP, right, would need about 420,000. And this is basically us trying to see that we are able to have a minimum viable product by prototyping with at least 5 brands of motorcycles that can then give us a minimum viable product, and we're confident going into the market that our product is going to be a viable solution. Next, please. Now, our market entry into the first 100 days, as I already mentioned, we're looking at the first 100 days. Our objective is to convert at least 50 motorcycles within the first 100 days. 3.916 million is the amount of money that we would need in the first 100 days of market entry. We're looking at a 15% market share within the next 6 months, and we'll be using this money for the purchase of the products, which will be importing, toolboxes, for the engineers and the mechanics, workshop rent and utility costs, battery substations, battery salaries, and marketing. These are some of our key partners. I won't belabor on them right now in the interest of time, but I'll just dive right into the competition. Our direct competitors are Mazi Mobility, Opebus, EcoBoda, and our indirect competitors are Fika Mobility and Kiri EV. Now, just before we go to the founding team, just go back to the previous slide. I'd like to address the direct competitors. Now, our niche market is Mazi Mobility manufacture EVs from the ground up, similarly to Opebus, right? But then EcoBoda are EV motorcycle hailing services. Now, we already have over 2 million bodas that we already have in the current market that are internal combustion engine vehicles. There is no one that's ostensibly at the moment who's addressing this particular need, and the market is relatively empty as far as that item is concerned. And that's why KES Convert is coming in. So this is the team. My name is David Kariuki. As I mentioned, I'm the CEO, management, and head of partnerships as well. I'll also be handling a bit of marketing in the meantime before we get CMO and head of product dev. Then we have Wanjiko, who is our CEO, the lovely lady controlling our slides, who's the head of operations and project management. We also have Martin, who's our CTO, the gentleman who's standing right behind me. He will show us our MVP of the web app integrated solution in a few seconds. He's the head of technology development as well. And we have Samuel, who's seated right behind me, and he's the head of technical operations and engineering. That is a team, and I think we're done. So we will now just go into...
Run out of time, we'll have to ask the judges.
Okay.
Allow you.
Sorry?
Yeah. Okay, all right. Maybe the microphones?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, no, you can take this out for there.
Okay, okay. This one?
No, that's okay.
Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
I'm curious if you did the calculations. I talked about Mabashiro. How much would you be spending on fuel versus if you do the swapping of the batteries, how much would she be spending per month or so?
Okay, so the simplest way to break this down for us is this way. For an internal combustion engine vehicle, she would be using 28 shillings per 10 kilometers, right? And for the EVs, electric motor vehicles, she will be using a mere 9 shillings per 10 kilometers, the same 10 kilometers. So we're already down by 18 shillings as profit margin, yeah.
And what's the ease of swapping the battery?
It's a simple, do you remember the old phones that we used to have?
Something I would be doing myself. I don't
Yes.
need to go to...
Yes, it's a fully automated system. Of course, we can have security, for infrastructure security, but it's just a swap in, swap out, and connect and go. As easy as how we used to swap in phone batteries in the past. And this, maybe it might interest you to know that is one of the products that's being practiced by one of our direct competitors in their company, Kiri EV. Yes.
Kiri
Thank
EV
you.
is here or somewhere else?
I don't know if they're in the crowd.
No, are they in Kenya?
Yes,
and
yes.
They're working.
Yes.
So you're doing nothing much different from them.
Well, we are doing something quite different from them in that they are manufacturing from the ground up.
You're importing.
No, we're not. Importing what exactly?
No,
The bikes or the?
Manufacturing from ground up.
Yes.
So that's more expensive than yours.
Yes, because the pricing that we're putting at this time is at 40 to 45,000, but the purchase price of one of their motorcycles is about 160 to 180,000. Yeah.
So this means the motorcycle that I have, if I may get this for just a clarification, you're going to convert the motorcycle Mamashiro has.
Yes.
To stop using fuel.
Yes.
And then she start using your new solution, right?
Sorry?
To stop using the motor, she will not sell the motorcycle.
Yes, she won't sell it. She already has it.
She already has it.
So she won't sell it.
She won't sell it.
We'll
So
convert it,
you
yeah.
convert that.
Yes.
And it's not, how much is it going to cost her to make that change?
About 40 to 45,000.
Okay.
Yes.
And you have to convince her that if she pays that 40 to 45,000, she will get this kind of benefit of reduced rate, right?
Yes, that is accurate, but to a certain extent. So one of the value propositions that we're giving is through the SACCOs, they can then gain credit that they can pay over a period of time, so thereby removing a risk from us and the financial impact shock from them at that moment.
Okay. Last
and
question.
also, maybe just to add on that, we're also leveraging on one of our strategic partners, we're leveraging on fintech technology such as Payland, which offers the buy now, pay later options. And they would be offering us a 5% commission on the interest that they make in lending this sort of money to them. So thereby, again, removing risk from our side and that impact shock from the end user.
Last questions from me. Even Nokia batteries die.
Sorry?
Even Nokia batteries die.
Yes, they do.
And sometimes they blow up. And there's that kind of a risk. Is there any kind of insurance, too, to make sure the fact that it doesn't get to affect anybody? Two, if in case the battery dies, what's the expected time that the battery is actually going to die completely, that I can't recharge again? Because if I pay 45,000 right now, and then in 3 months it's dead, and I have to buy another one to swap, then there's a problem there. So have you thought about that? And so how long will you be able to use your solution before the battery gets to get to its end of life?
Okay.
Yeah.
So the proven concepts around that, we're looking at a period of about 5 years of battery life before the wear and tear starts to take a toll on it, right? And so we're working on some. One of our strategic partners is insurance, the IRA. And also some insurance stakeholders in the market, in a way that we can now try and figure out, as much as we have altered the integrity of the motorcycle in the first place, how can we then ensure these motorcycles that even when that time comes, they will be insured and they can regain the battery. Sorry?
So ideally I need 2 batteries?
You do not need 2 batteries, we need 2 batteries. So the batteries belong to us because we have to charge them. So we take the cost of charging these batteries. We take the cost of maintaining these batteries as and when they're charging in our stations. And so you wouldn't need to buy the 2 batteries. We will buy them. It's the concept, for me to analogize it.
I get to Westgate, I can just swap.
Yes. Allow me to analogize it to make it a bit simpler. I believe you use a gas stove at home, right? Or at least we have heard of that gas stove, right? So you don't own the canister itself, right? But you have the gas inside. So you use it, then you take it back to the station, you swapped. Yeah, so it's the same concept. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for the
Karibu.
presentation.
Thank you.
So, you said you're going to sell the batteries at between 40 to 45,000.
No, that is the conversion cost in
The
entirety.
that I will pay if I have a motorcycle.
Yes.
So I will pay you 45,000.
Yes.
That will be your revenue.
Well, gross revenue, yes.
Gross revenue.
Yes.
So what is your cost of sales?
Sorry?
What's your cost of sales?
Well, the unit cost of a conversion kit is costing at the moment about 13 to 17,000. So when you add, since we're importing this particular conversion kits, when you add the import costs, excess duty, all red tape in between, it will come to about 20 to 25,000. Of course, now we have the higher end models, the premium models that go for as much as 40,000, but that's not our target at the moment. So we are looking at a unit cost of about 20 to 25,000, making a profit of about, again, 20 to 25,000 if we value it and price it at 45,000.
Okay. So you said in the first 100 days you're targeting 50 motorcycles.
Yes.
So 50 motorcycles will have paid each, let's say 45,000.
Yes.
Is that what is going to give you the revenue of 2.885?
No. Well, again, it's a multi-tiered revenue system. Maybe we could just go back to the slides on revenue. No, back again. Yeah, there we go. So the mechanical conversions, we're looking at about 2.25 million, thereabout, in that range, if and when we convert this amount of motorcycles. And by the way, all these figures are conservative figures, right? So they could be a little bit more, on the ground. But again, being a startup, we would like to work with conservative figures. The battery swap technology, just for your information, our production cost, charging costs and everything in between is about 60 shillings. But we'll be having the swap costing 90 shillings. So we'll be making a profit of 30 shillings per swap, right? In a day, we could have one swap or at most two swaps, right? Then the engine resale, right? So for the 50 motorcycles that we'll be using, we are targeting to convince at least 25 customers to resell their engines by us incentivizing, by giving them a small discount. Then by engine resale, we'll make a certain amount of money. A used motorcycle engine, 125cc, would go for about 25,000 at market cost at the moment, second hand. And that, again, will generate a bit of income, and we plug in some of it back to the customers. And the carbon credits. Now, this one is a more medium to long-term goal of the same. I mean, it's a bit more complicated, but if you'd like me to interest you in the same, I would. But yeah, that would also be one of our revenue streams as far as that is concerned.
So you will be breaking even at what stage, or after how many months after entering to the market?
Okay. We're looking at about an year or so. Ideally and theoretically on paper, that seems to be the case. But being pragmatic, probably 1.5 to 2 years.
At what revenue?
The revenue, we're looking at 2.885 million. So the majority of our the money that we're spending to set up the business, majority of it are one-off costs, right? So if and when we buy the battery ATM, the battery swap technology, we do not, for this particular unit, we don't need to buy another one for the next customer. This will be there, It's like the phone charger. You don't need a phone charger every single time you charge your phone. So that is a one-off cost, at least for now. And so, once that happens, then we remove the largest chunk, as a matter of fact, of our cost structures, and thereby making this a bit more feasible in the short term.
Okay, I think close to the last question. So you're asking for 4.45 million?
Yes.
As equity, or as debt, or as grant?
Well, this is something that we're open to having a discussion about, but we are currently open to equity and grant, but of course upon negotiation.
That will be equivalent to what percentage in equity?
We're looking at about 5%.
So what's the valuation?
The valuation of the company at the moment?
By the time we're asking for 4.45 or 5%, so you're valuing your company at what?
We're valuing the company at about 6 million at the time, yes.
6 million, and I'm giving you 4 million, and you're only giving me 5%. Does the math add up?
Well, on the long term, of course, we're looking to, do different things, including the carbon credits, which, would be yielding a lot more revenue. And so, we could have this discussion a bit later, but yeah, it's a bit in depth. Again, the number crunches, we have barely scratched the surface as far as numbers are concerned. We had, during our mock pitch, we had to redact a lot of the numbers because they were becoming a bit hazy from the feedback we got. But we'd love to, have a chat on that later. Yeah.
One last question.
Yes, please. Please.
I'm just trying to be a practical user here.
Yes.
How much euro? You live somewhere that they're thieves. So the chances of her losing that battery is very high because I learned how to do lock picking.
Sorry?
I learned how to do lock picking when a few years ago. It became quite easy. What's the way that is going to make sure that you don't lose that battery? Because the battery gets lost, do I have to pay another 40 to 45,000 Kenya shillings, or do I have to? What's the cost of Mama Shiro replacing that battery every week she's losing that battery?
Well, of course we will. Security is one of the infrastructure that we'll be heavily investing upon, during the MVP, the prototyping, the MVP, and even at market release, right? So the cost of a unit battery that will be being used by Mama Shiro goes for about $42. So they are a bit costly. This is a worldwide situation. We really can't change it at the moment. But security is one of the most invested in, or rather what we're looking to invest in the most as and when we're going to market.
It's a swap in, swap out, so if
she
steps out to go to Chandarana at ABC Place, they usually park outside.
Yes.
By the time she goes to ABC to shop and come, it's been removed. Now I'll swap it because, hey, mine is 20% charged, mine's at 60%. She won't even get to pick her before she has to charge again, and then she has to pay another 30 shillings to charge.
So, as and when we're onboarding this Boda riders, we shall be giving them training as to how they could best secure the battery packs. And of course, we've already invested in the security of these battery packs, therefore, significantly reducing that particular aspect.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Could that security probably be part of the cloud system?
Sorry?
The software bit.
Okay.
Could that security be part of that software that you provide together with the batteries?
Okay, well, we're looking at the security is two-tiered, right? The first one, of course, is in the hardware infrastructure that we invest in security. The second one, remember I mentioned that we'll be having a web app integrated system that will be leveraging on Internet of Things, IoT, to get the sensors that gets the battery charge, the distance remaining, kilowatt hour percentage, etc., which again, communicates with the clouds. I won't get into the technicalities of it, but you would understand how easy then it would become for us to track such a missing asset. Yeah.
All right. Lastly, you mentioned having signed up with a BNPL partner.
Sorry?
You mentioned having signed up with a BNPL partner.
BNPL.
Buy now, pay later.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah.
So it's as good as done.
No, we have not signed up with them, but we are in talks with them.
You're in talks.
Yes, through one of our mentors, Favor. He's the one who made the link for us, and we are in discussions with them as far as that is concerned.
Great.
Yeah.
All right.
So just to mention, we do have an MVP that we won't present at the time because of time, but we do have an MVP of the web app integrated system. Should you want to see it, we'll be at the back and we'll be happy to showcase that to you as well. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, David, and the rest of your team at KS International. A round of applause. And also, would like to appreciate the judges for their patience and their time, and also being, there you go, fans. Yeah, so now, as for the next steps, we'll go straight into the adjudication. So for the judges, you can remain here. Can take a few minutes, maybe just bring in some snacks. We can bring in some snacks and tea for you guys as you wait here. Everyone else, mjipange. And then we'll come back here after 30 minutes. Yeah, we'll come back here after 30 minutes. Maybe 15.
final client is the patient, because we are launching a consolidated healthcare platform, the first of its type anywhere in the world. A patient with chronic illness can sleep, someone who has cancer can sleep knowing that I have my health data here with me. Basically, we're putting the power of data back into the hands of the patients. The power of data for us to save people's lives, that's a journey. That's why we're saying from Africa to the rest of the world. Ultimately, our final client is the patient, because we are launching a consolidated healthcare platform.
A few years ago, I lost my father, and the reason I lost my father was because of cancer. And during the time when he was suffering through cancer, it was really more about him not being able to know what he was suffering, because he was self-medicating on a few other things. Before we found out he had cancer, he had arthritis. So during the surgery, there was a lot of medication that he was prescribed. That in turn led to us getting a wrong result when we went for the checkup, and ended up finding out a lot longer than we needed to.
I met with John 2 years ago when he explained to me the vision. I was working for a successful startup in health, in tech, in financial tech, and when he explained to me the vision of what, and I could immediately relate to it. My dad lives in Kampala. He's been just diagnosed with a cardiovascular disease. So for us as sisters who are wondering how are we going to manage his health. Health is affecting all of us in so many different ways. It's one of the aspects which money can't buy, and it needed that disruption for it to be able to move to the next stage.
Ultimately, our final client is the patient, because we are launching a consolidated healthcare platform, the first of its type anywhere in the world. A patient with chronic illness can sleep, someone who has cancer can sleep knowing that I have my health data here with me.
Health records all the time. I'm feeling fine is a health record, you know, because there's a reason why you're feeling fine.
Basically, we're putting the power of data back into the hands of the patient.
If I'm not too sure of what they are telling me, can I give that to another doctor? Maybe they have a better opinion or a different opinion.
The power of data for us to save people's lives, that's a journey.
So telehealth is a platform where you can meet with your doctor and get treated. It's a virtual treatment, yes, and you get consultation with the doctor, prescription, everything.
Without a place where they can get all this information, they basically have to do guesswork.
If Avia Records was around then, I think I'd still have my father around.
That's why we're saying from Africa to the rest of
the reason.
Hey, what's up, people? This is Wired the Lion, and if you're watching this, I want to welcome you to Blow. It's every artist's dream to one day blow up in the music industry. Last year, I celebrated 25 years in the music industry. And all through these years, one problem I've noticed is upcoming artists have a very hard time trying to make it mainstream in the music industry. In most cases, for many artists, it's actually a gamble. You're never guaranteed that success. In many cases, there's no return on investment. And because of that, we came up with the concept of Blow. So if you're an artist, go to blowafrica.com, register, upload your content, and get ready to make your revenue.
Dixon, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
It's glad to have you here, Dixon. I mean, first of all,
You're Dixon Etuhu. You play for some of the top teams in the Premier League, play for the Nigerian national team. You know, you even played in the European final, didn't you?
Yeah, I did actually. One of the greatest days of my life. It's a day I'll never forget.
You're now a retired footballer.
Yes, I am. I'm happily retired actually.
We always hear about footballers who retire and trying to do different things, either coaching or football. You've chosen a different path in technology. Why have you decided to choose technology?
It's only a certain amount of position to be a coach or to be a manager. A small group of people from our world can get into that space. So for me, it's important to try to do something different. And as we all know, tech is the future. I mean, to be honest, I can speak from my own experience, you know. It's very difficult when you work hard for 20 years, you give everything to the game, you know, and then you're forgotten. You know, that's the saddest thing, the saddest reality about it. It's very sad, and for me, we've got to remember all the current players now, they're only here because of us. So we're trying to find a way where all these players that's retired legends can still earn and can still have some sort of life in football, some sort of royalty, something, because it's very sad to see all these years get forgotten. Like I said, I've experienced it myself. You know, with tech, it's endless. You can go as far as you want, and I think that I need to be the one to merge tech and football together. Like the biggest thing in the world right now is NFTs. Let's be honest about it. And I just feel like I'm the one that's gonna show my ex-teammates and current ones how they can capitalize on their NFTs. My main passion is to do a project for, like a legends project for the ex-footballers who have been forgotten. My thing is to give them opportunity to help their communities, to help themselves, because a lot of them have gone broke or are struggling or are suffering from depression, being forgotten. And I know for a fact there's a lot of people who remembers these players, but we have to give them access through tech to be able to get connected to them. A black footballer, it's important to focus on racism. You know, I think that's a big part of it. That's part of the project, to be honest. It's a very, very important part for me because I've experienced racism. I've experienced it numerous times. And I think it's a way for us to make awareness through this platform. It's a big thing now in Africa to give these players an amazing opportunities to make it to the top leagues. Without academies, that's not possible. So we're going to keep pumping it that way. I believe that we can build like an umbrella that we can protect these players, protect them for the future. I have a savings app that's coming out that's going to be able to help them save 5%, 2 to 5% of the money they're spending without even thinking about it. I mean, I think that's something I wish I had. I'm quite shocked that it's something that's not been done yet. So it's something that I'm very passionate about. So for me, it's just being able to give footballers an opportunity to be able to have a great life after football, because there's too many sad stories that I keep hearing, and we all know that. We're going to create a legend series where footballers can continue to earn from. It's going to be like a FIFA on the metaverse. And I think it's very interesting. I think it's a way for us to still feel important, still feel like people want to connect with us. And I think that there's a big market for it. I really do think there's a big market for it, because I hear a lot of my friends who talk to me about the games they watched in 2015 and they can't click back into it. You know, I want to connect that together. I want to make people remember those memories. Because I go back and watch old games. I go back and remember memories. You've got to remember, football is memories that people never forget. And I just feel like everyone's forgetting about these top players, these heroes of ours that got us to where we are today, especially as Africans. I think that they have to be given the chance so people can connect with them, and this is the most important part of this whole project for me. I think this is going to be our thing. I think it's something that we're all going to be part of. I think we can grow it as big as we want, and I think it's going to be the most amazing platform for football in this new NFT world. I think for me, it's something that we're going to own together. I mean, to be honest, I can speak from my own experience, you know. It's very difficult when you work hard for 20 years, you give everything to the game, you know, and then you're forgotten. You know, that's the saddest thing, the saddest reality about it. It's very sad, and for me, we've got to remember all the current players now, they're only here because of us. So we're trying to find a way where all these players that's retired legends can still earn and can still have some sort of life in football, some sort of royalty, something, because it's very sad to see all these years get forgotten. I've experienced it myself. You know, with tech, it's endless. You can go as far as you want, and I think that I need to be the one to merge tech and football together. Like the biggest thing in the world right now is NFTs. Let's be honest about it. And I just feel like I'm the one that's gonna show my ex-teammates and current ones how they can capitalize on their NFTs. My main passion is to do a project for like a legends project for the ex-footballers who have been forgotten. My thing is to give them opportunity to help their communities, to help themselves, because a lot of them have gone broke or struggling or are suffering from depression, being forgotten. And I know for a fact there's a lot of people who remembers these players, but we have to give them access through tech to be able to get connected to them. In a black footballer, it's important to focus on racism. You know, I think that's a big part of it. That's part of the project, to be honest. It's a very, very important part for me because I've experienced racism. I've experienced it numerous times. And I think it's a way for us to make awareness through this platform. It's a big thing now in Africa to give these players an amazing opportunities to make it to the top leagues. Without academies, that's not possible. So we're going to keep pumping it that way. I believe that we can build like an umbrella that we can protect these players, protect them for the future. I have a savings app that's coming out that's going to be able to help them save 5%, 2 to 5% of the money they're spending without even thinking about it. I mean, I think that's something I wish I had. I'm quite shocked that it's something that's not been done yet. So it's something that I'm very passionate about. So for me, it's just being able to give footballers an opportunity to be able to have a great life after football, because there's too many sad stories that I keep hearing, and we all know that. We're going to create a legend series where footballers can continue to earn from. It's going to be like a FIFA on the metaverse. And I think it's very interesting. I think it's a way for us to still feel important, still feel like people want to connect with us. And I think that there's a big market for it. I hear a lot of my friends who talk to me about games they watched in 2015 and they can't click back into it. You know, I want to connect that together. I want to make people remember those memories. Because I go back and watch old games. I go back and remember memories. You've got to remember, football is memories that people never forget. And I just feel like everyone's forgetting about these top players, these heroes of ours that got us to where we are today, especially as Africans. I think that they have to be given the chance so people can connect with them, and this is the most important part of this whole project for me. I think this is going to be our thing. I think it's something that we're all going to be part of. I think we can grow it as big as we want, and I think it's going to be the most amazing platform for football in this new NFT world. I think for me, it's something that we're going to own together.
My name is Gideon Ikindu. I am the CEO for Rewardads and the co-founder. Rewardads is the TikTok of advertising, basically. We've decided to look at what has been the pain points of the advertising and marketing industry in Kenya and across the world, and try and address those issues by finding solutions that address those questions. So basically, we've come up with a solution that gives the client back full control and the consumer incentivization. So gone are the days when you needed to put up a billboard and hope you get to the right person. Now we can actually give you the right person, and you can be able to talk to that person directly and give them the right information. So we are being incubated by Adenian Labs. We're one of the first startups to be incubated, and we've actually really benefited by being part of the lab. Rewardads came to Adenian Labs as an idea. Rewardads was given a working space. We were given hardware to work with. We were given a development team to develop our platform and system. So Adenian Labs basically took the headache of logistics and the backlog of getting all these things in place from us. So all we did was focus on building our platform and building solutions that our clients and consumers can actually enjoy.
Formal financial institutions do not trust financial institutions that are not partnered with someone who's big, or that they're not in the city, or they don't have someone they can trust. There's a gap between formal financial institutions that are in the 21st century and informal financial institutions like savings groups and SACCOs. We're the bridge. What we're trying to do is we're trying to partner financial institutions that want to reach out to informal financial institutions and bridge that gap. This is through us linking with formal financial institutions to provide other people with loans, or to provide other people with insurance, and just so that they can meet up together and maybe even create a bank account that they can store all their money in. And what Ecoba does is mainly we try to provide transparency and visibility to everyone on the platform. This is so that everyone involved in the process of using Ecoba can trust each other to provide a cohesive system that everyone can enjoy. Ecoba is a platform for savings groups, chamas, SACCOs, and any organization that saves money together, but they do not have a formal way of keeping track of it.
How do we use data-driven knowledge to make informed decisions to help treat the life of one individual? Because we started from a patient-driven perspective, we were looking at the patient. The patient is the one thing that moves consistently. So because the patient always moves, we built the technology around the patient. We provide a platform for the capture, storage, real-time access, mobility of health data, and more importantly, the sovereign right of ownership back to the patient.
One of the biggest problems when it comes to access to quality health in Africa is data. The data that exists, as small as it is in silos and cannot be cross-shared across hospitals, doctors, or facilities. That is what we're trying to change at Afia Record, to make data collection accessible, data mobility convenient, and digital identity self-sovereign. That way, we're able to create quality healthcare for the person who's contributing that data, changing behavior, and catalyzing opportunity for wealth creation.
data-driven knowledge to make informed decisions to help treat the life of one individual. Because we started from a patient-driven perspective, we were looking at the patient. The patient is the one thing that moves consistently. So because the patient always moves, we built the technology around the patient. We provide a platform for the capture, storage, real-time access, mobility of health data, and more importantly, the sovereign right of ownership back to the patient.
1.6 million Kenyans were considered unemployed. But to understand this, unemployed, as per government statistics, apparently are those people who are still looking for work or have been looking for work for 2 years following their last employment or following their ending of whatever formal school they got to. So you can consider that these would be standard 8s, Form 4s, college dropouts, and then graduates, and everyone else who's been looking and who's including those who have been laid off, but only in the last 2 years. Where's everyone else? Well, here's some more numbers for you according to the 2019 census, okay? There are 78,400 jobs in Kenya. That was 2019. 78,400. There are over 23 million adults. What is everyone else doing? Well, the same numbers will tell us that 797,900 approximately jobs are in the informal sector. Still, if you do the math, that adds up to about 900,000. We'll give it a good million. Okay, we'll round it off. Where is everyone else and what are they doing? And why should this matter to you? Hi, my name is Renee Gamal, and I am passionate about women confidently running successful businesses to where they hire at least 5 other women and pay them the top salary that is paid in your country, wherever you're watching this from, anywhere on the continent of Africa, or if you're in the diaspora. Why 5? I'll come to those numbers in a short while. But let's go back to these other ones earlier, okay? For all that, the people who have lost their jobs and who sadly will continue to lose their jobs, those 1.7 million that we have spoken about, but also everyone who has taken a job cut, everyone who has taken a salary cut. We've seen airlines giving up to 75% salary cuts. Even if you're working, it doesn't mean you're able to make ends meet anymore. And for those who still have their jobs and are still at full salary, there are some who will be married to someone who's lost their job. We haven't talked about the number of businesses that closed permanently, which means that even after the pandemic, there is no chance of those people going back to employment in those companies because those companies have shut down. And while this is fascinating if you're watching from somewhere else, let me continue to paint the picture in one country and then think about the country that you're in and what the situation is like in yours. Because when you dig into your numbers, I promise you, you're going to see something similar to this. Our local newspapers are full, 16 pages worth sometimes, 10 pages worth, 6 pages worth, full of properties to be auctioned, which tells you that those are non-performing loans. In fact, a recent article stated that the problem is so huge now, it's a Kenya shilling 1 billion problem, which means 1 billion shillings is going to have to be written off. That they're beginning to think about what are the alternatives, what are the other ways in which to dispose of these properties, but to whom are they disposing them to? This is an opportunity. I know, you're thinking, how is it possibly an opportunity? Well, I'll tell you why. Because if we get this right, this is a chance to reshape and reorder the way in which business is done, not only in Kenya, but on the continent. It is the opportunity for us to finally come onto that table as men and women and redraw the entire rules. Now, that's gonna need some work. And this is what this course is about. We know that across board, 1 in every 3 businesses is going to survive the first year. The first year from registration. Just 1 in 3. So look around, if there's 3 business people sat at your table, Pick 2 who are going to be out of business really soon. But a lot of it is because it's technicians that start a business. I'm a really good lawyer. I should be able to run a law firm. Really? Have I ever done HR, accounting? How do I know to market myself, etc.? Or I'm a really good camera person. I should start a film production company. Well, it's not as simple as that. In the series of the courses that you're able to find on this site, you will find out things right the way from, first of all, know yourself. What kind of a person are you? What skills do you have? What are your values? What do you want out of your business? What is it that you are looking to attain from it? And don't just talk money, because money is a short-term scoreboard. It's almost how you tell yourself that this is how you've been able to make whatever, or this is a return on the work that you've been doing. Know yourself. What is your minimum viable product or service? What does the market really want, and how do you do your market research? How do you create a strategy for your business that will allow you to know what to do the next day when you wake up and you don't feel like going to work, which sometimes is downstairs or on your dining room table? How do you move into the market? How do you create a sales funnel, whether it's for a product or a service that keeps clients coming and brings in new ones? Even if you go onto social media, you know today it's not as simple as put a photo and then leave a phone number. It's so much more. And even as you have gotten around to your sales, well, how do you formalize your business? Because if you are in the informal sector, I promise you, you will find that glass ceiling is not very high. You will be banging yourself against possible financing and removing yourself from a table where formalization could have made a difference. How do you protect your intellectual property right the way from your logo to your name, so that in the case of Kenya, the Kariobangi light industry. So we know the ones, huh? Those guys from, so we just say the not very creative but highly adaptable informal industries don't come and just swipe you after you've done all the hard work to create a name for yourself. How do you deal with your taxes? What about the accounts? How do you hold on to your accounts, and for how long and in what way, so that you are not working the business by day and then working the numbers by night, and you ceased having a social life right there with COVID or whenever you started your business? How do you pick the right partner? That's gonna have to be a course on its own, because there is something about telling your BFF, your boyfriend, your spouse, your mom, let's get into business together, and then you get into business and the person you loved becomes this. Anyways, you fill in the blank. If you've had a bad partner, you probably know. And then we move on from that. There's so much covered. How do you get the right supplier? How do you pitch? What kind of financing is the right financing for you? And on top of that, you get to be part of a community of women who are in business just like you, who can come into that community and say, you know what? It's not even business. I just need to know, where do I get a good nanny so that she can take care of the kids so I can deliver the products? Where do I get someone who will deliver for me and not break or squash my cakes between here and the point of delivery? And everything that comes with it. The entirety of not just this course, but the community that you get to be part of, is to ensure not just that you make it beyond remember the stat I told you, 1 out of every 3 in the first year, 75% in the first 1 to 3 years, and then of those that survive within the next 3 to 5 years, 50% of them will go. Well, it tells you that 50% will survive. Why not stack the decks so that you are one of the ones that does survive? Is it quite a lot to take on? It is. But the challenge of this time is that we can do different, be different, make different, and not only get a seat on the table, but redesign the entire furniture or the entire room that is called the ecosystem of business in Africa. And we can do it as women. Come on, we can do this. Sign up for the courses. So great, we've had a good introduction to how to choose your business partner. Let's delve into it. Now, in the last video that you watched, I said that you need to know yourself. So why is this important? It's important for a number of things. Your personal traits will show up in your business. Your personal values will show up in your business. And the goals and the aspirations, the vision and the mission that you create for your business will be actualized by you. It's not a different person who's going to show up in your business. And especially for those who have been in employment, when you have the freedom of no longer feeling like you have someone who is supervising you or who is overseeing you, then your behaviors and your habits, your patterns of thinking, and indeed your identity will show up in your business. And what you bring to the business is important when you're choosing your partner, so you need to know what you're bringing to the business. Here's an example. Very many creatives will say, well, you know, we tend to be night owls. I don't know, I don't count myself as a creative, but I understand that this is what a lot of creatives say about themselves. Now, if you're in a business with a creative or a person who indeed works better in the evenings or at night, and you too are a night owl, then you've got to figure out who is opening the door at 7 or at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's practical things like those. Unless you're in a business that is not forward-facing and which operates in the evenings or at night, you're running a pub, a disco, you are a group of DJs, you do graphics work, or you work from wherever it is that you are, but in another time zone that actually allows that you can work at night, then you don't want to be running a business that requires an early morning start if neither of you are. It's as simple as that. So let's break it down a little bit more, okay? What is it that you are looking for? As an NLP master practitioner and indeed a trainer, let me explain a little bit about how perhaps NLP sees personalities as being broken down. Now, you'll see the graph below and I will explain it a little bit better. But here's a little bit of an explanation. If you consider that the triangle that you can see is you, okay? And the entirety of the space that is outside of the triangle is the environment in which you are operating. By environment, I don't just mean physical environment, I mean everything about you. From your background, where you grew up, your culture, your political stand, your religion, just everything that is around you and that influences you. So if that triangle is you, you can see that it's been broken down to separate levels, okay? Right at the bottom are the actions that you take. Now, actions are usually circumstantial and they are dependent on what is happening in the moment, where it is that you are. But repeat the same actions over and over and very soon they will become a habit. What are the habits that you have? What are the things that you do habitually? Right the way from what time do you wake up? How do you get out of bed? What do you do next? Are you the kind of person who wakes up who's, you know, like a little like happy bunny, like ding, and you wake up and you're ready to go? Or are you the kind of person who eases into the day? You don't think it's important? Work with a happy bunny when you're usually the kind of person who eases into a day, and very soon you will have a clash because happy bunny is bouncing into the office all full of all of the things that you need to get done, and there's some days when you just need an hour to get your coffee to kick in so that you start. And it might sound like it is little, but you've got so many other pressures as a micro or a small business that you want to cut out anything or anyone who might just make it more difficult. This is not to say that you should not work with someone who can trust you. In fact, you should. It is just being able to know and understand yourself so that you can manage yourself and so that you can also let the other person know what you are like and what your personality is like so they can manage themselves and you. Let's keep going. Now you'll notice that after habits, you've got behavior. And behavior is really dictated by the series of habits that you engage one to the next that we call your behavior. You know how there's some things that if someone told you about a friend of yours, you'd say, I don't think that that is about that person. That can't be true. and other things which it's definitely done. For those of you who have housemates who leave the cup on the table, or you are obsessed about coasters and your mate just really is not, you know what I mean about behavior. Those who squeeze their toothpaste from the middle of the tube, and those who start from the end and diligently work their way up, even doing those little folds, you know what it is that I'm talking about. I know you're asking, what does all of this have to do with picking your business partner? Knowing yourself and understanding what your habits are, and particularly those ones that you're not willing to compromise on, means that you are able to communicate them clearly because you are conscious of them. You're able to manage them when you are in a team or with someone who is contrasting to you, and you're able to figure out which one is important to me and which one is not. Many a relationship have been broken by toothpaste and not putting a coaster on the table before you put your month down. Little things that are irritable, that build up with the added tension of a business into something that will easily just burst into an argument that was about the coaster or about the toothpaste? Probably not. Let's work a little bit further up the triangle. So beyond behavior, you're now beginning to see patterns. And patterns are ways of thinking, ways of operating that are based on something that you learned a lot earlier. So I'll give you a really good example, and this is a cooking example, and it's a very common example that is given. The story of a young lady watching her mother, who every time would put the whole fish onto the frying pan, would chop off the tail. The little lady says, well, Mama, why do you chop off the tail of the fish before you put it on the pan? And the mother thinks for a minute and says, well, because your grandma used to do it. Thankfully, grandma is still alive. So when they go and visit grandmother, they ask, the little lady asks grandmother, Grandma, I see Mama cutting the tail off the fish every single time we're cooking fish. And she said it's because you used to do it. Grandmother bursts into laughter and she says, well, the reason was, and she pulls out this old frying pan, because the frying pan that I had was too small to take the entire fish. And so I used to cut off the tail. Why has Mama been cutting off the tail? She saw grandma do it, but she had no actual reason. This is the place where patterns sit. It is the unconscious, subconscious things that we do because we have always found them being done that way. In business, what it translates to, especially when you're coming in with the technical knowledge or the technical know-how that is required in that business, is that you might find that you are doing things or attempting to replicate things in the way that the company that you previously worked at did things, without actually thinking through or questioning why they were done. Perhaps your frying pan is not the size of their frying pan yet, and so you need to do things differently. When you understand that about yourself and you're able to question these patterns of thinking and patterns of behavior that you might have, then it allows you to be flexible and adaptable, and very often also resilient. And if you know that you're the kind of person who gets stuck in your ways, you probably want someone who is able to kind of question a number of things and to ask why over and over. And you need to know yourself enough not to get irritated by the why, but to think, actually, why are we doing this way? Because in answering that question, you might just find the innovation that pivots your company, that pivots your product, that turns your service into one that is a lot more viable in the market in which you're going. Does that make sense? We're still on knowing yourself. We haven't even moved to know your partner. Now, if you go a little further up the triangle, then you will see that we're now entering into values. Values make or break relationships every day. In fact, if culture will have strategy for breakfast in corporates, values will make or break a company. What are the things that are absolute musts for you? What are the things that you value beyond all else? Honesty, service delivery, cost. What about your clients? Who are you looking to serve? How are you looking to serve? How do you want people to be able to describe you? And this goes towards your brand promises as well, because your business will be delivering based on the values that you put on that business or that you state are your business values. There is no such thing as business ethics. That's actually the title of a book, but it is also actually a truth. There aren't business ethics over here and then me over there. Kenyans, come closer first. Let me just repeat that again. There is no business ethics over there and me over here. If you are paying a little bit under the table to get your business going, because that's the way business is done, you don't get to divorce yourself from that side of what it is you're doing and over here claim that you are not a corrupt person. Get this before you get upset. This isn't a value judgment. I'm not judging whether you're a good or a bad person, a right or a wrong person. It's just get that what it is that you're doing in business, what you are allowing in your business, is a reflection of who you are. And once you have come to terms with that, this is just the way I do business, then you have a little less of that inner conflict, but also you're less conflicted with potential business partners. Because if you know that you do not fill in the blank, then anyone who comes in and introduces the idea of doing business that way, you know immediately is not a right fit. So we go beyond that and move up to the next sort of area. And this is the P, which is identity. Who are you? Who are you? If we strip you of all of the titles that you have, by titles I mean son, daughter, wife, husband, brother, sister, cousin, spouse, what else? Your professional title, lawyer, engineer, doctor, graphic designer. If we stripped you of all of these nouns that describe you in relation to something or someone, who are you? Now that's a tough one for you to consider. You know, we all know how this story starts, where this story is the thing called life. We know how it starts, okay? We kind of know, you know, birds and the bees and biology. We know how it ends. It's one of two things that happens. Either, number one, death, or, depending on your religious background, you are somehow elevated and you go into heaven. And to be honest, the most famous person who did ascend and was elevated into heaven first died. Think about it. For everyone else, we know how this is going to end. The only thing that we don't know is that little dash between DOB, date of birth, and DOD, date of death. And you get to fill in that blank with the things that you're doing. And there's no time over there where you will live your purpose or live your life. When this happens, then I will start living, or when this happens, then I will fulfill my dreams. I will pursue what it is that is my passion. Today, you're either doing it or you're not. So why do you need to know all of this about you? When you know yourself and your partner knows themselves, or your potential partner knows themselves, and even if they don't, you know what you're evaluating and looking for at that core fundamental level that is, are we compatible as business partners? As business partners. Because you may be very compatible as intimate, romantic partners, and that may be a relationship that could work. But your business is not about the intimacy. In fact, your business cannot afford intimacy. Your business needs someone who will fight for it to stand. And that person is you, the business owner. So here's what you need to do now, or what I'll invite you to do now, is take some time and pause and really go through each one of these questions and examine yourself. There is no time like the present to know yourself. When we come back, we look for what skills, expertise, and competencies should you be looking for in your business partner. So here's some numbers for you. And these are just the numbers from Kenya, okay? So we're about 47.9 million Kenyans, according to the last census, which was in 2019. Of that, approximately half of us are female. Of the female, 13.8 million are aged between the ages of 15 to 64. These are the ages where most women, and sadly very many girls, become mothers, become carers, they start their professional work, or they start working within the formal or the informal sector. In other words, for everyone who's listening, if you're a Kenyan female between the ages of 15 to 64, you are taking care of, or at least expected to take care of, for other people, plus yourself. Now, in 2020, and these are just off of the reports in 2020, get these. The numbers that were given as of June of 2020, 1.7 million job losses. The effect of COVID-19 in just one country in Africa. According to those same numbers in that same report, 4.6 million Kenyans were considered unemployed. But to understand this, unemployed, as per government statistics, apparently are those people who are still looking for work or have been looking for work for 2 years following their last employment or following their ending of whatever formal school they got to. So you can consider that these would be standard 8s, Form 4s, college dropouts, and then graduates, and everyone else who's been looking, and who's including those who have been laid off, but only in the last 2 years. Where's everyone else? Well, here's some more numbers for you according to the 2019 census, okay? There are 78,400
To learn from all of you. The profession, I'm an advocate of the High Court. I specialize in intellectual property and entertainment law. I'm happy to be here.
Good evening. My name is Maina Lawrence, an economist, but practicing data analysis for now. You've really been an amazing team. Hatujakuwa na issues, nasikia tu niwaambie. I feel like talking to every one of you tupatane kwa tent. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Innocent Baluge. I wear so many hats, but today I'm here as one of the organizers for the Techstars Startup Weekend. I was really happy to interact with all of you, and I hope to interact with you further. Thank you.
Hi everyone. My name is Wanjira. I am one of the organizers, and I am the event has been a success.
Hi. My name is Rose Masharia. I'm a 90 graduate, but currently doing cybersecurity.
She's also the same color, right?
She's actually one of my mentees.
Oh, wow.
Amazing. We met only today, but we've been talking. We've been talking for so long. Today is
She
the
hugged
first.
you, what's up?
Yeah, she hugged me. Today was the first time that we met physically.
Hi, my name is Timothy Mariuki. I'm a software developer by profession, and I'm an entrepreneur by heart.
and I'm happy to be here. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Haida Ali, Tech Executive at Indian Labs, and you're welcome.
Hi guys, hope you guys are okay. My name is Favor, entrepreneur, organizer, and global lab manager. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nirel, and computer science.
I hope everybody can see me. I don't think there's anybody here that doesn't know me already. Should I still introduce myself? So I'm Aziz, I am production, and I've been the one controlling the live stream and the guys on the ground. Some of them will come and introduce themselves, but thank you for coming. It's been a pleasure to have you all. Yeah, thank you. Hope to see you guys again.
Hello. Hello everyone. My name is Innocent. I don't know how to feel. This has been such an impactful weekend, such an impactful event. We hope to do this more. For us to organize an event, have you guys come for 3 days, you know, the mentors, the partners, the judges. You've been such an awesome crowd. We've done this a couple of times, and yesterday we were saying with Jesse that this has been so different on so many levels. Yesterday I got home and I was like, everything is okay. Then Favor calls me and tells me, I don't know, there are how many teams sleeping over working. And initially I didn't think it's possible until today. So thank you so much for coming, for participating, for paying. And we hope to continue this. We hope to retain you. We hope to keep mentoring you and probably even get you funding if possible. We'll give the best we can to you guys. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Alex Mwangi, graphics and UX designer, Adenium.
Hello everyone, my name's Lawi Were. I work with Adenian Labs as well. I work in every sector in Adenian Labs. So I've been working under the productions department, though I represent the Move Better startup. It's a fintech startup with the Adenian Labs. So thank you so much and congratulations to everyone.
Also I'd like to appreciate anyone else who did not come here for what we do have the camera through as well. Somebody at the booth. Yeah, and anyone else who made this possible. We've got Kune Foods who came in and gave us amazing food. We've actually had food left. Yeah, and all our partners, our sponsors, Adenian Labs, thank you so much. This is an amazing home, and I'm sure a lot of these entrepreneurs have found it home. So thank you so much, the Adenian Labs team. You guys have been amazing. And also to all the other sponsors that have been here, from Hindsight Ventures to Pong, to Versant Computing, Evan Crafts, everyone that's made this possible. We really love you guys from the bottom of our hearts. My voice shakes because I'm about to cry. Sorry, I've not introduced myself. I know I've been talking a lot throughout the weekend, so I feel like I've introduced myself severally. But my name is Jesse Moraya. I'm the facilitator for this startup weekend, aka the MC. Thank you. Much love. Yeah, and I'm one of the co-founders at Starting Them as well. And our vision is to see amazing communities like this coming together. And one thing you don't know about Startup Weekend, it's amount of communities coming together, the ecosystem coming to support the event. At no point have we had to actually come and move anything from our pocket. It's because everyone comes and plays a single part and comes and ensures this is a success. So this has been an amazing event. So for now, I know we're keeping you guys waiting, so I'll ask you guys to go have your seats.
Need a
makeup artist? Then you're in luck, because at Tausi app we offer fast and convenient luxury at the tap of a button. Simply search by location, desired service or beautician's name, then book the beautician. After that, pay 20% of the booking fee and the beautician will arrive at a specified time. Enjoy the services requested, rate the beautician and pay the balance after the service is complete. Tausi app, beauty on the go. Follow us at www.tausiapp.com. Need a makeup artist? Then you're in luck, because at Tausi app we offer fast and convenient luxury at the tap of a button. Simply search by location, desired service or beautician's name, then book the beautician. After that, pay 20% of the booking fee and the beautician will arrive at a specified time. Enjoy the services requested, rate the beautician and pay the balance after the service is complete. Tausi app, beauty on the go. Follow us at www.tausiapp.com. Need a makeup artist? Then you're in luck, because at Tausi app we offer fast and convenient luxury at the tap of a button. Simply search by location, desired service or beautician's name, then book the beautician. After that, pay 20% of the booking fee and the beautician will arrive at a specified time. Enjoy the services requested, rate the beautician and pay the balance after the service is complete. Tausi app, beauty on the go. Follow us at www.tausiapp.com. Need a makeup artist? Then you're in luck, because at Tausi app we offer fast and convenient luxury at the tap of a button. Simply search by location, desired service or beautician's name, then book the beautician. After that, pay 20% of the booking fee and the beautician will arrive at a specified time. Enjoy the services requested, rate the beautician and pay the balance after the service is complete. Tausi app, beauty on the go. Follow us at www.tausiapp.com. Need a makeup artist? Then you're in luck, because at Tausi app we offer fast and convenient luxury at the tap of a button. Simply search by location, desired service or
interview. What did you learn from your customer reviews? If you had any, if you asked for anyone to give you feedback. The other part was execution. Oh. The other part was execution and design. How are you going to move it from an idea to actually a business? How are you going to run it? Do you have a team? What are the strengths of those teams? Because as you build your team, you cannot all be chief of I don't know what, who will do the work, unless you will hire watu wa mikono kukusaidia. So when you're building a team, it's very, very keen, first of all, to know their skills, because the more diverse skills you have in your team, the more you're likely to have a viable model. So did you have a prototype, or it was just about stories? So how effective is the MVP for the purpose for the weekend, this specific weekend? And then how is the customer journey for your product? Because you know, customer is king as much as cash is king. And then, were you able to incorporate the customer feedback into your solution? So if you did any surveys, if you talked to any of your potential clients, what feedback they give, and did you actually take it into consideration? And how well did you take criticism into your business? So I think, in general, that's what we were looking for as we were trying to pitch or trying to gather all those points around and see how they well fit. So I wish everyone all the best. We are here to help. If you need to speak to us judges after this, of course, In regards to your business, you're most welcome. Yes, and I wish everyone a good night if I don't get a chance to speak again. Bye.
Right. Hi everyone again. How many people remember my name?
Ish, okay.
Yeah, interesting.
Why? Must be a guy.
I think we'll talk kando. So I'm Lilian Toro. I work in the United Nations Development Program. I think social impact is my bread and butter. So just a tip, as you're thinking about social impact, one of the things that you can use to guide you is the Sustainable Development Goals. Does anyone know what the Sustainable Development Goals are? Yeah. All right. So think about that as you're framing your pitches and looking at what problems are you addressing. Yeah. So I just wanted to share with you a few tips or pointers just from the small interaction I've had with you today. So first, I want everyone who pitched, everyone who was involved in coming up with any of the pitches, please give yourself a big round of applause. Yes, so all of you guys did an amazing job. All your ideas were really, really interesting and unique. I think for us as judges, we're also learning from you. So thank you for sharing with us. We know it's not easy being on stage, facing Mary with her tough finance questions, but you did a good job. So congratulations to all of you. My tip would be believe in yourself. Yeah, Giamini. You guys have solid ideas. You're pitching things that are of substance. So don't hold back. Dream big. If you think, there are all these maybe 4IR technologies that you can bring in, or all this scale, potential, or scope, don't make your idea small. If you think this thing can go global, say that in your pitch, yeah? So don't hold back, because you have a lot in you. The fact that you can come up with something this strong in a couple of hours, I can imagine what more you can do with all of the time and resources at your availability. So in terms of the pitching, I think be very clear on your audience. So, for this event, social impact was a theme. The other aspects that Mary talked about, make sure that you're responding to that in your pitch, because with any idea, there are many angles. There's a way you can explain to Mama Mboga, there's a way you can explain to a CEO, there's a way you can explain to your friend. All of it depends on how your audience is going to take it. So be very clear on who your audience is, and that will inform your ask. So some of these ideas, you can ask for grants to help grow these things. Not everything has to be about equity and venture capital. So think about that as well. Open up your mind and scope to the possibilities, and just be clear who's in the room and what exactly do you want from them. Because if someone works in a foundation, someone works in a bank, someone works as a venture capitalist, they're all looking at different things from you. So who are you talking to in the room? So yeah. Use your time wisely. I know 5 minutes, a couple of people struggle to stay within that. Just be very clear on what exactly do you want to tell us in those 5 minutes. Unfortunately, we've come in at the tail end. We've not interacted with you like the mentors and everyone else over the course of the weekend. So you only have attention for 5 minutes, and that's all we have. And that's all we have to make a judgment on, unfortunately. So be very clear on how do I use these 5 minutes to the best of my capability? What do I want them to remember once I've left this stage? Yeah. And then know your numbers. I think clearly Mary will put you to the task. And she said she was going easy, so you can imagine if you find another tough person like that. And then I think also, as much as you're put on the spotlight, you can figure out how to say, I may not know this right now, but I can get back to you with the numbers, so that you don't feel pressure to just throw out something that doesn't make sense. And then you kind of digging yourself deeper and deeper in the hole. Yeah? And then I think lastly, just thinking about how you structure and the kind of strategy you're using as you're communicating, being very clear on what do I want to communicate, so that we're not crossing wires. We want to hear what is in your mind, what is in your heart, what you're really trying to tell us, so that we're not leaving this thinking, hey, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, when actually you know what you're talking about, it's just that the words are not there. But otherwise, I've really enjoyed all of the pieces. I'm here if anyone wants to talk to me, but yeah, thank you so much.
Good evening.
Right.
Should I come to the left?
Right.
I'm okay. This way.
Right.
There we go. All right. Wow, you just had to. Yeah, there are too many bright lights around me anyway. This one. Yeah. I don't get to use my own name that way. So it's been quite a very interesting day. When I was coming, I thought it would be a 2-hour event. And I'll just leave. I was told cancel all your other. Yeah, business for the evening, so I'm actually canceling meetings for now, including my time with my daughter. Anyway, so it's been quite interesting, and I think all the judges, by the way, it was tough when we're choosing. Well, we had a +1 here, now 0.5. So 0.5 for me, 0.5 for my other person. Okay, now we can actually. So it was quite tough to even choose who we want to rank top 3, because if I was to rank, I think I'll rank everybody as really good. It's not easy to do a hackathon and come up with such ideas and even try to implement them in such a very short time. So there's an idea, and there's also trying to be able to put it in a way that it makes sense, right? Then we finish everything, they're like, oh, the thing. Right? Then there's social impact. How do I turn this around to social impact? It gets confusing, and some of you, I'm seeing a lot of people who are university students, you just clear school, you don't have some experience before. It's difficult. So there is all of that level of difficulty that I think everybody must have experienced, and I think we all learn from each other. Just the fact that I think at the end, some of you think, I should have changed my slide. Slide 3 should have been 4. After seeing some of the questions, and you're thinking, how do I get to? So even the first few guys had a much difficult time, because so now the first few guys, the last guys had leakage. So something with the judges already talked about is that time. When Mary is asking those kind of questions, that's how it is in the real world. There are some investor pitches that we've done, and I was not the one on the receiving end for numbers. I was on the technology side, but when they're asking for numbers, you have to be quick on your feet, and they're asking questions and you have to give numbers. So that's something I feel like a lot of you don't have ready. So try to let your team members ask you that question, right? Let the team ask you questions about numbers. How are we going to scale? Because, like we said, if you know what exactly it's going to be like, you all want to make money. You're not creating an app for social impact, yes, but you still want to make some money at the end of the day. You're not going to sleep hungry, right? So when you think about the end goal of that is when you start thinking of how you want to structure. So that structuring, majority of what I've seen, I'm giving a general perspective. Majority of what I've seen from most of the pitches is that we only get to know more details when we ask questions. And you know the answer. You have everything with you. But those details were not on the slides. I was reading the slides. Yes, I don't want to read the slides because it's mostly pointers, but I was referring to them. But majority of it only comes out, they were like, oh, so you were going to do this. You thought about doing this. This was your idea. This is how you wanted to execute. But there's nothing you talked about when it becomes on the whatever. Giving titles to everybody as a CEO, CFO, it's nice. I mean, it's always nice to have director of, chief of, chief squared of. It's nice, but you see, when you're a startup, I know most of the time, I know investors want to see such things and be able to say, oh, you have a structure. There's sometimes you can say, like when I wanted to pitch to somebody, I said, we plan to have these people come in later. But for now, we're all working on it, right? We're all the techies, we're all the ones doing the ABCD, but we don't have a director of. Because if you want to pay director of someone, hey, that's expensive, right? And some of the things, like you say, you could outsource some of those things to be done. CFO, I don't have the money to hire a CFO right now. I can't afford it. But if I can pay for 2 hours of Mary's time, I think I'm fine. And those 2 hours, I make sure I ask every single, I'll squeeze I cannot. I will milk her dry. Get every information. So I find a lot of people did not do a little bit more research because you're talking about a particular idea. I Google in, then I see so many details of the numbers, and I'm like, wait, how come he or she is not talking about those details? So please, your market research is going to really help you in every startup that you create. And you're trying to find out, like for example, typical example, I do cybersecurity. I try to pride myself as the best, but there are people who are way better than me, including my mentees, who are better than me right now. But when I see everybody selling cybersecurity, I have to do research to see what are they doing that is different. Yesterday I sat with my team, we came up with a new product in less than 5 hours. A new service. Unique, nobody, even if I give it to you right now, you can't replicate. You cannot. Because I know it's going to be so unique, and I did the numbers, and I knew how much money. I don't need an investor. I need a server. That server will cost me $20 per month. Or if I apply Microsoft for startups, it's free. You get $5,000 for free. Do you all know that? No? Yes? Okay. Someone put that on a slide. I saw it. Microsoft for startup gives you $5,000 worth of credits. Utilize it. So I don't have to buy a server. But the money that I can make out of it will be easy to make if I market it properly, if I sell it properly, if I know how to scale it, I know my market, my targets, I now know who to have a meeting with. So research is really important. Costing details is really important. Some of the ideas that I saw you guys have, we had to interrogate so many times to find out how are you really going to make money. If you're not going to make money, just like you said, you can ask for a grant. Some of the solutions that I saw, if you ask for $1 million as a grant, there are so many people who will give you that money. Check out Akira Chicks. You all know Akira Chicks? Akira Chicks gets grants. The cost of each student is $5,000. Remember when you went there? The cost of each student to be trained for about 6 months, 6 to 8 months, is $5,000. But guess what? People give out that much money because they know that it's actually a social impact. It's training people in their market or young ladies to become coding and tech engineers. Are we together? So some things you don't go to have raise money and keep part of your company out, because the more equity you give out, the more you're losing yourself. Eventually they'll buy you out because people can't buy you out. Then you have to go start all over again with another startup. How many ideas do you have? Some of you had your facts right. It was really interesting to see some of the people giving figures and numbers on the go, on the fly, and I'm like, damn, okay, I need to go back and read. But one fact I'll give you, there is nothing that you know right now you think you know the best. The more you read, the more you get to know that you don't know. And that's a fact. You will never ever be really good to the point. So you have to keep on making that you can know what you're doing. The disconnect between the pitches and ideas, like I said, whatever you're thinking about, you want to talk about, let it be on the slide also for very good reference. And your mentors. Your mentors have done a really great job by even trying to give you the basis of how to start. Please don't let them go. Please don't let them go, because the mentors are now going to be the ones to take it to the next level. Now that you've seen what other people did right or wrong, or some of the questions, go back to your mentors. They will guide you as to how to move from that idea of that MVP and be able to actually take it to the next level. So please don't let your mentors go. That's all for me to say, but it's been amazing. I don't regret staying for all this time. I'm actually happy to be able to. I've learned a lot myself, and it's great to just be here. And let's see what the winners will be. It wasn't easy. Yeah.
So what I think as a judge, anyway, I've been advised to share about, before the winners are announced, so that we are aware of what we are going to get and how Techstars actually advises us to help startups. And I guess it's been a conversation that has been a long time coming. You don't need capital, you probably need resources. And I guess I've seen Adenian Labs do that a lot. You don't need 10 million in your account to pay for space. I've seen Adenian Labs give you space, incubate you. At times you just need resources, you need mentorship. So I'll start with what is there for everyone. I guess the Trivia team can stand up. So we have James and her. I think they have offered 3 months of free access to their enterprise package for everyone who participated. Everyone gets, thank you. I guess you can reach out to them, or we will reach out to them, or we will add them to the Discord channels. Whichever you advise us to do, we will do that. Then you're able to interact with them, know how to access the Trivia packages. They've given their enterprise package for free. It's such a nice package for startups. You're able to get insights, do your research and all that. Thank you. You can have a seat. Through our partners, Hindsight Ventures, everybody gets access to $100,000 in tech credits, from Microsoft for startups to Google for startups to DigitalOcean. Dollars, $100,000 in tech credits across different tech platforms per person. Yes. So various. I mean, Bright has talked about Microsoft for startups. It's inside there. The $300 from Google for startups, it's inside there. We have our global sponsor, Miro. You still have access to the premium plan for the rest of the year. So the most expensive package of Miro is still available for you. Startinev does have $500 for your teams, so you can keep building your teams on Miro on the premium package for the rest of the year. Our other global partner, GoDaddy, I know there's been an issue, but you still have access to a free domain from GoDaddy for the rest of the year as well. On top of that, we have what? We have Startinev as us. We will be talking to our mentors. Most of them are already on board. You will keep receiving mentorship sessions, but how we will do it, we will be sharing a link on Discord to join the Startinev community. Once you join the Startinev community, we will cluster the mentors. I guess most of the judges will also join the mentor side. They'll be able to mentor you for the rest of the year. We've been planning on charging for that. We might decide to just for the rest of the year, so you'll be able to access the mentors from a controlled platform. So I don't want to hear a mentor was sitting at Java waiting for you, you never showed up. So we will control that process so that
how to create policies. And do you know what? I was talking to, who was I talking to? My good friend there. Policies is something, if you don't have that, none of your ideas will last for more than a month. I can kid you not. So I'm willing to guide you on what's going to break, how you're going to get hacked, if I have to show you, I will, and exactly how you can actually secure your applications, so your ideas and everything, policy-wise and also technically. And I'll give 3 hours of my time to each of the groups for free.
Everybody talks about building unicorns. At Adenian Labs, they say they are building camels. I think some of the Adenian Labs startups have actually raised a lot of capital. I know he might mention that. But on top of that, Favor had mentioned that when they are opening their next during that gives you access. If you know access, that gives you access. The one thing I love about Adenian Labs, the moment you join Adenian Labs Nairobi, you can add in your business card. You have a location in South Africa, You have a location in Tanzania. You have a location in Nigeria. They're in the 5 countries. So ideally, by you being able to join Adenia Labs in Kenya, you automatically have viewership and customers and access from the 5 other countries. So Adenia Labs has been kind enough to allow the 7 startups as well to pitch when they are accepting their next cohort. And it's how many? 12 million Kenya shillings? Yes, something around that. I mean, you guys were looking for 3 million, that's 4 times. Anyway, he'll mention that. I don't know if there's anything I'm forgetting, but all their other offerings will be announced on Discord. Regarding the mentorship, during the mentorship sessions, we will try as much as possible to also add a few more partners who are willing to support, who are willing to help. Capital-wise, I know some mentors are willing to even put cash in some of the ideas because they are good. But from what we've seen, most of you are not ready for investment yet. So what we will do as starting probably 2 weeks, we will sit and see the best time. Starting probably from 2 weeks, we will run a 3-month online bootcamp where we'll have our mentors teach on investor readiness. And after that, any judge, any mentor who wants to put cash into any of the startups will be able to. And as Startinev, we are no equity, so don't worry that I'll come saying 7%. We will support you, we will help you, and we'll give you access to some of our mentors and some of our partners who actually want to fund. I know some of you saw a few VCs sitting around here. I know some of them are still around, and they've been listening, they've been watching, and I know they're interested in helping and funding. But before that, Startinev will take you through a 3-month investor readiness bootcamp, investor readiness training, so that when the money comes, if you get 12 million, you don't spend 2 million buying MacBooks for your founders. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a very exciting 3 days. I'm sure we've all made some very good connections. What's been most exciting for me was a lot of you guys met for the first time on day 1 and formed teams, became co-founders of companies, startups that you set up that same morning. That is what collaboration is all about. There's a lot that we've learned from the team. I think most of it has been said. At Adanian Labs, we eat, live, and sleep startups. So we would like to collaborate with all of you. You're welcome to visit us anytime. There's a lot that we can do together. I remember some of you mentioning your collaboration, your intention to collaborate with certain already established startups. And this is, again, what collaboration is all about. You may have certain challenges that you may have faced during this, the 3-day session that you guys have been working together. What we have learned within Adanian Labs is through this same collaboration, one startup having gone through a similar challenge does not mean that you have to go through that same process again of trying to re-engineer the wheel. Scaling. I think he mentioned about our presence in 5 different African countries. That's scaling right there for you. But I'll leave it there for now. I think this is the moment we've been waiting for. Drum roll, please. At number 3, we have Knock, knock. Congratulations.
Thank you. Call the team that.
Oh, yes. My team.
As the team comes, something that is very important and I forgot, for all the teams, either tomorrow, Tuesday and Wednesday, all of you will be featured on KTN, all of you will be featured on Vibes Radio, and me and Jesse run a tech show as well, and I guess we'll be happy to feature you on Icon Radio as well. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Hey. There as well.
Congratulations.
At number 2. Vamva. Congratulations. 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 Well done, guys. At number 1. Drum roll. Nico Reyes. Congratulations, congratulations. Very well done. Very well done.
Wow.
All of them.
Okay.
Wow.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Wow.
First of all, wow. I'm honored.
Wow, again.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you all for the support, and your feedback has been instrumental for this amazing team that we've worked with from Friday. I know there are some who haven't slept working on the prototype. Special recognition to Dennis. The data, then everything, they're coming together. We are humbled and we are really honored, and we really want to make these not only here, but to make it a product that every time we talk about Nicoradias, you are all part of this story. To amazing judges, thank you. Thank you, Mary. Dr. Bright, thank you so much on the security, social impact, my God. We really looked for it, and thank you so much. Thank you for your feedback, and we are more than honored, and we would love for you all to be part of our journey to make this a reality. There's so much potential that you've seen in it. We want to make it happen, and we believe that with all of you on board, we can make this to the global scale that we all believe in. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana.
But, guys, before we leave. No. And so the judges, when we sat down, we had a favorite, which was we wish, if it's not for maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, some ties, they're not those close ties of 0.1 and everything. And so the judges had a favorite. So it's a public favorite, which is, are you ready for it? Yeah! ABC of Health. We just had a favorite. We just kept on thinking, you know, it matches a lot of things. We want to see it grow. We want to see a lot of things detailed after it. So we're like, you know what? Everybody is our favorite, but I think it was the judge's favorite. So we just had to announce
Who's talking next?
Me.
So thank you. You can sit down. We really appreciate you. Thank you. And I think we've come to the end of the session. Thank you, everybody who participated. I'm sorry for the teams that I grilled too much, but that's what it is outside here. So from the judges' side, we want to wish each and every one of you success, and we hope that you scale your ideas to the next level. We like to see them flying and raising money, and we hope we can get to meet in Discord or any other channels that can be of help. So thank you so much and enjoy your evening.
went into healthcare as in my field of expertise is because a few years ago I lost my father. And the reason I lost my father was because of cancer. And during the time when he was suffering through cancer, it was really more about him not being able to know what he was suffering because he was self-medicating on a few other things. Before we found out he had cancer, he had arthritis. So during the surgery, there was a lot of medication that he was prescribed. That in turn led to us getting a wrong result when we went for the checkup and ended up finding out a lot longer than we needed to.
I met with John 2 years ago when he explained to me the vision. I was working for a successful startup in tech, in financial tech, and when he explained to me the vision of what, and I could immediately relate to it. My dad lives in Kampala. He's been just diagnosed with a cardiovascular disease. So for us as sisters who are wondering how are we going to manage his health, health is affecting all of us in so many different ways. It's one of the aspects which money can't buy, and it's needed that disruption for it to be able to move to the next stage.
Ultimately, our final client is the patient, because we are launching a consolidated healthcare platform, the first of its type anywhere in the world. A patient with chronic illness can sleep, someone who has cancer can sleep knowing that I have my health data here with me.
Health records all the time. I'm feeling fine is a health record, you know, because there's a reason why you're feeling fine.
Basically, we're putting the power of data back into the hands of the patient.
If I'm not too sure of what they are telling me, can I give that to another doctor? Maybe they have a better opinion or a different opinion.
The power of data for us to save people's lives, that's a journey.
So telehealth is a platform where you can meet with your doctor and get treated. It's a virtual treatment, yes, and you get consultation with the doctor, prescription, everything.
Without a place where they can get all this information, they basically have to do guesswork.
If Ivy Records was around then, I think I'd still have my father around.
That's why we're saying from Africa to the rest.
The reason I went into healthcare
A lot of room for opportunity for growth, because where we are at right now, we have other countries coming up with central bank digital currencies so that they can actually be able to adopt blockchain technology in their financial system.
Gain an interest in learning what crypto is, because learning the first step.
I started doing crypto 2018.
A friend of mine and mentioned me about the course. He realized I was into the space. That's how I got to know about ABC and I applied.
I joined without knowing how to trade, so with the classes and interacting with students and the teachers, I got to learn how to trade.
We know the fundamentals of the market and when to get in, when to get out, and that has been like a life-changing moment because now I can be able to make trades easily.
Learning from someone who has been doing it and you're learning practically makes sense. Instead of going through the hard way of being self-taught on YouTube and all that, you get a structured course where you learn step by step, and I think that's saving time and being smart.
Practice more even after the classes.
Making 20K seems like a big deal at the end of the month, but once you hang around people who are into crypto and you learn how to make 20K in a day, that's a big deal, bruh.
The important thing is getting proper mentorship, learning. In the crypto space, we are students of the world, and I always tell that to my students. Education, get the right information, get the right people to actually teach you the right way.
I have been in the space for a couple of months now, 9 months. Previously, I was in the construction space until I decided let me transition and towards possibly the future of finance and everything. In the middle of that, that's when I stumbled upon ABC and applied. A friend of mine and mentioned me about the course. He realized I was into the space, and yeah, that's how I got to know about ABC and I applied. Very nice for any entry level person who knew nothing about crypto, from its functionality to how to make money with it, and understanding both fundamentals and the technical part of it was phenomenal. And also the style of trading that we are using is also amazing. Learning from someone who has been doing it and you're learning practically makes sense. Instead of going through the hard way of learning, being self-taught on YouTube and all that, you get a structured course where you learn step by step, and I think that's saving time and being smart.
I started doing crypto 2018, and the person who introduced me knew very well, and he came across ABC, told me, since I'm interested, you can apply, and among the people who were chosen, I think my ability and interest brought me up to here. I knew about ABC and the course from a friend of mine who introduced me, since he knew I'm interested in crypto. And I applied. I think I was among the first people to apply, and I got the chance. I know how to execute a trade, which I didn't know. I used to have fear. Since I've learned, I have some confidence, and I know I'm going to make money. I believe crypto is the way to go. Anybody who is interested, crypto is something you can do on your own time. It doesn't hinder you from other business that you have, but to be smart. You have to be smart and take your time, because it's kind of challenging, and much that is needed is interest. Since you have the interest, I think you can make a lot of money on it. You can even forget about other things and do crypto only.
I had a background in crypto like a year ago. I saw the call out for people to submit their applications for the class. I was around the first people to submit my applications, so I followed up with the management, and that's how I ended up in the class. A friend of mine introduced me to the course. It has been interesting to me because I've been able to make some steps into the crypto industry, and I'm still learning and showcasing what I've learned through the ABC course, and it's been very impactful and like life-changing. Mostly I was holding. Within the course I've gotten to know the knowledge about sculpting and like trying to know the fundamentals of the market and when to get in, when to get out. And that has been like a life-changing moment because now I can be able to make trades easily and like on a daily basis. I'd like to leave them with something interesting, like making 20K seems like a big deal at the end of the month. But once you hang around people who are into crypto and you learn how to make 20K in a day, that's a big deal, bruh.
A lot of room for opportunity for growth because where we are at right now, we have other countries coming up with central bank digital currencies so that they can actually be able to adopt blockchain technology in their financial system.
Gain an interest in learning what crypto is because learning the first step.
I started doing crypto 2018.
A friend of mine mentioned me about the course. He realized I was into the space. That's how I got to know about ABC and I applied.
I joined without knowing how to trade, so with the classes and interacting with students and the teachers, I got to learn how to trade.
You know the fundamentals of the market and when to get in, when to get out, and that has been like a life-changing moment because now I can be able to make trades easily.
Learning from someone who has been doing it and you're learning practically makes sense. Instead of going through the hard way of being self-taught on YouTube and all that, you get a structured course where you learn step by step, and I think that's saving time and being smart.
Practice more even after the classes.
Making 20K seems like a big deal at the end of the month, but once you hang around people who are into crypto and you learn how to make 20K in a day, that's a big deal, bruh.
The important thing is getting proper mentorship, learning, In the crypto space, we are students of the world, and I always tell that to my students. Education, get the right information, get the right people to actually teach you the right way.
I have been in the space for a couple of months now, 9 months. Previously, I was in the construction space until I decided let me transition and towards purportedly the future of finance and everything. In the middle of that, that's when I stumbled upon ABC and applied. A friend of mine and mentioned me about the course. He realized I was into the space, and yeah, that's how I got to know about ABC and I applied. Very nice for any entry level person who knew nothing about crypto, from its functionality to how to make money with it, and understanding both fundamentals and the technical part of it was phenomenal. And also the style of trading that we are using is also amazing. Learning from someone who has been doing it and you're learning practically makes sense. Instead of going through the hard way of learning, being self-taught on YouTube and all that, you get a structured course where you learn step by step, and I think that's saving time and being smart.
I started doing crypto 2018, and the person who introduced me knew very well, and he came across ABC, told me, since I'm interested, you can apply. And among the people who were chosen, I think my ability and interest brought me up to here. I knew about ABC and the course from a friend of mine who introduced me, since he knew I'm interested in crypto. And I applied. I think I was among the first people to apply, and I got the chance. I know how to execute a trade, which I didn't know. I used to have fear. Since I've learned, I have some confidence, and I know I'm going to make money. I believe crypto is the way to go. Anybody who is interested, crypto is something you can do on your own time. It doesn't hinder you from other business that you have, but to be smart. You have to be smart and take your time, because it's kind of challenging, and much that is needed is interest. Since you have the interest, I think you can make a lot of money on it. You can even forget about other things and do crypto only.
I had a background in crypto like a year ago. I saw the call out for people to submit their applications for the class. I was around the first people to submit my applications, so I followed up with the management, and that's how I ended up in the class. A friend of mine introduced me to the course. It has been interesting to me because I've been able to make some steps into the crypto industry, and I'm still learning and showcasing what I've learned through the ABC course, and it's been very impactful and life-changing. Mostly I was holding. Within the course I've gotten to know the knowledge about sculpting and trying to know the fundamentals of the market and when to get in, when to get out. And that has been like a life-changing moment because now I can be able to make trades easily and on a daily basis. I'd like to leave them with something interesting, like making 20K seems like a big deal at the end of the month. But once you hang around people who are into crypto and you learn how to make 20K in a day, that's a big deal, bruh.
A lot of room for opportunity for growth because where we are at right now, we have other countries coming up with central bank digital currencies so that they can actually be able to adopt blockchain technology in their financial system.
Gain an interest in learning what crypto is because learning the first step.
I started doing crypto 2018.
A friend of mine and mentioned me about the course. He realized I was into the space. That's how I got to know about ABC and I applied.
I joined without knowing how to trade. So with the classes and interacting with students and the teachers, I got to learn how to trade.
You know the fundamentals of the market and when to get in, when to get out. And that has been like a life-changing moment because now I can be able to make trades easily.
Learning from someone who has been doing it and you're learning practically makes sense. Instead of going through the hard way of being self-taught on YouTube and all that, you get a structured course where you learn step by step. And I think that's saving time and being smart.
Practice more even after the classes.
Making 20K seems like a big deal at the end of the month. But once you hang around people who are into crypto and you learn how to make 20K in a day, that's a big deal, bruh.
The important thing is getting proper mentorship, learning. In the crypto space, we are students of the world, and I always tell that to my students. Education, get the right information, get the right people to actually teach you the right way.
I have been in the space for a couple of months now, 9 months. Previously, I was in the construction space until, you know, I decided let me transition and towards purportedly the future of finance and everything. In the middle of that, that's when I stumbled upon ABC and applied. A friend of mine and mentioned me about the course. He realized I was into the space, and yeah, that's how I got to know about ABC and I applied. Very nice for any entry-level person who knew nothing about crypto, from its functionality to how to make money with it, and you know, understanding both fundamentals and the technical part of it was phenomenal. And also the style of trading that we are using is also amazing. Learning from someone who has been doing it and you're learning practically makes sense. Instead of going through the hard way of learning, being self-taught on YouTube and all that, you get a structured course where you learn step by step, and I think that's saving time and being smart.
I started doing crypto 2018, and the person who introduced me knew very well, and he came across ABC, told me, since I'm interested, you can apply, and among the people who were chosen, I think my ability and interest brought me up to here. I knew about ABC and the course from a friend of mine who introduced me, since he knew I'm interested in crypto. And I applied. I think I was among the first people to apply, and I got the chance. I know how to execute a trade, which I didn't know. I used to have fear. Since I've learned, I have some confidence, and I know I'm going to make money. I believe crypto is the way to go. Anybody who is interested, crypto is something you can do on your own time. It doesn't hinder you from other business that you have, but to be smart. You have to be smart and take your time, because it's kind of challenging, and much that is needed is interest. Since you have the interest, I think you can make a lot of money on it. You can even forget about other things and do crypto only.
I had a background in crypto like a year ago. I saw the call out for people to submit their applications for the class. I was around the first people to submit my applications, so I followed up with the management, and that's how I ended up in the class. A friend of mine introduced me to the course. It has been interesting to me because I've been able to make some steps into the crypto industry, and I'm still learning and showcasing what I've learned through the ABC course, and it's been very impactful and like life-changing. Mostly I was holding. Within the course I've gotten to know the knowledge about sculpting and like trying to know the fundamentals of the market and when to get in, when to get out. And that has been like a life-changing moment, because now I can be able to make trades easily and like on a daily basis. I'd like to leave them with something interesting, like making 20K seems like a big deal at the end of the month. But once you hang around people who are into crypto and you learn how to make 20K in a day, That's a big deal, bro.
A lot of room for opportunity for growth, because where we are at right now, we have other countries coming up with central bank digital currencies so that they can actually be able to adopt blockchain technology in their financial system.
Gain an interest in learning what crypto is, because learning the first step.
I started doing crypto 2018.
A friend of mine and mentioned me about the course. He realized I was into the space. That's how I got to know about ABC and I applied.
I joined without knowing how to trade, so with the classes and interacting with students and the teachers, I got to learn how to trade.
You know the fundamentals of the market and when to get in, when to get out, and that has been like a life-changing moment because now I can be able to make trades easily.
Learning from someone who has been doing it and you're learning practically makes sense. Instead of going through the hard way of being self-taught on YouTube and all that, you get a structured course where you learn step by step, and I think that's saving time and being smart.
Practice more even after the classes.
Making 20K seems like a big deal at the end of the month, but once you hang around people who are into crypto and you learn how to make 20K in a day, that's a big deal, bro.
The important thing is getting proper mentorship, learning. In the crypto space, we are students of the world, and I always tell that to my students. Education, get the right information, get the right people to actually teach you the right way.
I have been in the space for a couple of months now, 9 months. Previously, I was in the construction space until I decided let me transition and towards purportedly the future of finance and everything. In the middle of that, that's when I stumbled upon ABC and applied. A friend of mine and mentioned me about the course. He realized I was into the space, and yeah, that's how I got to know about ABC and I applied. Very nice for any entry level person who knew nothing about crypto, from its functionality to how to make money with it. and understanding both fundamentals and the technical part of it was phenomenal. And also the style of trading that we are using is also amazing. Learning from someone who has been doing it and you're learning practically makes sense. Instead of going through the hard way of learning, being self-taught on YouTube and all that, you get a structured course where you learn step by step, and I think that's saving time and being smart.
I started doing crypto 2018, and the person who introduced me knew very well, and he came across ABC, told me, since I'm interested, you can apply, and among the people who were chosen, I think my ability and interest brought me up to here. I knew about ABC and the course from a friend of mine who introduced me, since he knew I'm interested in crypto. And I applied. I think I was among the first people to apply, and I got the chance. I know how to execute a trade, which I didn't know. I used to have fear. Since I've learned, I have some confidence, and I know I'm going to make money. I believe crypto is the way to go. Anybody who is interested, crypto is something you can do on your own time. It doesn't hinder you from other business that you have, but to be smart. You have to be smart and take your time, because it's kind of challenging, and much that is needed is interest. Since you have the interest, I think you can make a lot of money on it. You can even forget about other things and do crypto only.
I had a background in crypto like a year ago. I saw the call out for people to submit their applications for the class. I was around the first people to submit my applications, so I followed up with the management, and that's how I ended up in the class. A friend of mine introduced me to the course. It has been interesting to me because I've been able to make some steps into the crypto industry, and I'm still learning and showcasing what I've learned through the ABC course, and it's been very impactful and like life-changing.